Bulletproof. What does this song sound like? Oh, that one, right. Bulletproof. Yeah, I know that song. I am familiar with that song. I've never seen the video before. It's very like 80s. Super 80s video. I mean, it's not from the 80s. I'm just saying it's designed to look like the 80s. So, as indicated, no bundt cake for cold hens today. I have got a whole thing to do that I don't want to do. So it's a tragedy of timing. It's the perfect storm of bad timing. Hi, Caroline. Hi. Let me pull this up on a big screen so I can read it. So we're selling the other house, not this one, but the other one, and they're coming to take pictures of it today. The realtor picture person, whoever the realtor uses to take pictures is coming today to take pictures. But I'm not even close to being ready for them to come take pictures. I still have to paint the bathroom and a bunch of other stuff. They're coming at 4 o'clock today. Oh, how horrible. Underground adventures. Well, that sounds fun. I like underground adventures as much as the next man. I'm going to pop this out. Caroline and Guilt, as well as underground adventures. Hello. Good day, good morning, good evening, and good night. So yeah, perfect storm of bad timing. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that I have this many Adderalls, I have this many Wellbutrins, and I have this much work to do. So, how's that going to happen? How's that going down? Well, no one's really sure, but what we are all sure about is that I'm not starting any of that work right this second, right? I figure, yeah, I know, Caroline. I know. That's how I feel too. I feel like, oh no. But I feel somewhat considerably better than I would have otherwise. Because, what was it? Sunday night, maybe? Saturday night? I don't remember what night it was. It was a couple nights ago. I needed to get cigarettes. And it was too late to get cigarettes in at Boot Jack. It was too late. They were closed. And Rachel wanted some fast food. So I was like, all right, why don't we go to Oakhurst and we'll get some fast food. But the fast food places were closed in Oakhurst too. So I said, all right, let's go to the casino. The casino has a Sonic that's open 24 hours a day. So we went to the casino to get Sonic. But the Sonic was closed. It had a handwritten paper, like an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper taped onto the drive-through window. I didn't bother going and seeing what it said, but it was obviously, we are closed. So, So we had to go into the casino to get Rachel food. And in fact, there was a diner open inside there. And um, we got hot dogs and fries. And then I figured, well, I'm at the casino. Obviously, I'm going to do a little gambling. So I got out $400 actually at Oakhurst on the way to the casino. But I didn't walk out of the casino with $400. No, no, no. And Rachel was with me the whole time too. She doesn't like to gamble. She just like, I got her to play like a couple hands of blackjack, and she's just like, no, I don't want to gamble anymore. But anyway, walked in there with 400. I walked out of there with 2250. So made over $1,800 at the casino. And the reason that made me happy, for obvious reasons, it's going to make you happy to win money at the casino. But the reason it really made me happy was because I needed about $2,000 cash, so I didn't have to divest or liquidate or whatever stuff, because I had still the second half of the property taxes on this house to pay. Property taxes on this house are $5,000 a year. So I had to pay $2,500 in property taxes still. I had the cash, but I was like, man, if I pay the property taxes right now out of my cash that I have, and they were due on April 10th, if I pay the property taxes now, well, I'm just talking about how I got really lucky the other night and won enough money at the casino to pay the property taxes, which is pretty sweet. I mean, not good. Not quite. I still have to pay about $500 out of pocket. Getting my brain stimulated today for a study. Oh. Does anybody have any speed they want to give me? Because I've got work to do, and I have zero gumption to do it. Maybe smoking some pot will help. Maybe smoking some pot will help me. I do not understand how I keep winning money at the casino. You're supposed to lose money when you go gambling. I go gambling anticipating to lose money. But, once I got like 3 purples, a couple of blacks, and a stack of greens in front of me, I'm like, hold on a second. How much money do I have in front of me right now? I wish I could get it from you. Well, where you live in Colorado? God. If I could drive to Colorado and be back in time to do the work I need to do, I would get in the car right now. It is possible to get in trouble for mailing this stuff. Pretty unlikely, but possible. Well, what I'm thinking about doing is a little something I call wishful thinking. One time, a long time ago, it was actually the day of the house tour that we signed up for when we first moved in here. Hi, Harper Evans. You don't need to promise me anything to get a shout out. It's not that busy around here. I've got plenty of time to direct some attention to you. So, if Cameron hasn't left Los Angeles yet, but even then it would be too late. See, Delilah probably has Adderall, and she's closer than Colorado. She lives in Los Angeles. I actually think, kind of ironically, that like my Erickiness is most solved by like 5 Wellbutrins, 5 Wellbutrins, and a Prozac. That's what I'll do. I'll take a Prozac right now. Because, it's like I hate it when I get up and it's like, well, what drugs am I going to take? And I don't really have any drugs except for weed. That's unfortunate when that happens. Well, of course you missed Dexedrine. Who wouldn't miss Dexedrine? I wish I got Dexedrine instead of Adderall. Energy drinks, schmenergy drinks. Energy drinks don't do shit to me. Except make my stomach upset. Regardless, today there'll be no bundt cake for cold hens. Oh, how horrible. I'm fine. Go show. I'm fine. Call 911? Nah. It's thoroughly unnecessary to call 911, but it is the case that I'm feeling super pukey right now. So, I'm going to get a peach nectar. And hope that helps. Oh, okay. Serotoninogenics. Do I have any shroom drip experiences? I mean, yeah, I take mushrooms all the time. But I wouldn't call them. Well, I mean, yeah, they're experiences. But they're not any kind of like. There's not any kind of like story worth telling. Well, yeah, I don't want to live in a trailer park. I like where I live right now, just fine. I like this place so much. Well, yeah, felt like I was gonna puke, but there's a couple hits off my. Show media, was it you who recommended The Artifice Girl? That movie is phenomenal. Oh my god, it's so good. Was that you who recommended that? Yeah, I will take some hits off the bottom. That's a good suggestion, show media. Um, oh, it was you. Yes. Phenomenal film. Everybody should see that movie. I finally got around to watching it. I was like, what can I watch right now? I got nothing I want to watch. And I'm like, oh, wait. There's that movie that Show Media recommended, Artifice Girl. And oh my God, such an amazing movie. I had my doubts going in, you know, because I was like, oh, it's just a dumb AI thing or something. But it was no, nothing dumb about it at all. It was great. That was the first film who made. Well, it's interesting kind of re- rebuttal to those who hunt monsters must be careful not to become one, right? Oh, that was his first movie he made. It was super good. Really well cast too. The girl, the little girl who plays like the main girl in it. Wow, what acting chops. you know, you can really she conveys a lot of subtle levels of deceit with her acting face, you know. She's really good. Sometimes kids aren't really that sophisticated as actors, you know. No, I watched it for myself. Rachel was asleep. it happens fairly often because I do almost all of my Adderall and almost all of my Wellbutrin. Rachel will do those occasionally when she wants to party, you know. You know, I started it and it was good, but I wasn't that dragged in by it, you know. It's such an interesting concept, right? There's this completely artificial identity of this little girl named Cherry, and her job is to be this, you know, flawlessly live interacting video conference person who baits child predators into, I mean, predators of children, not children who are predators. You know? And her like prime directive is to protect children. But in fulfilling that prime directive, she who's lost Snow White? I joined the mob and voted it 1 out of 10. You saw the Minecraft movie. I was interested in seeing it potentially. I said to Rachel, I'm like, I kind of want to see that Minecraft movie. And she gave me this look like, what? Was it as terrible as it appeared? Like, how do you make a movie out of Minecraft? There's no plot to Minecraft. You liked it. See, I think I might like it as well. I have played Minecraft. I imagine you would have had very low expectations. Do you have children who wanted to go do it or something? So, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to indulge myself a bit. I'm going to play this poker tournament. It's a $5 poker tournament. And sort of ramp up my sense of enthusiasm. Will I tell you how the title came about? Well, I was just thinking as I was getting up, having to do things, having to do things with a deadline pressing and having no Adderall or Wellbutrin, well, that's no country for old men. Except, instead of saying no country for old men, I said that's no bundt cake for cold hens. I thought, well, that could be a title for a live stream. Because I'm not very discriminating when it comes to titling my live streams. Okay, we're going to get started here. We're going to get something done in just 1 second. And that something is we're going to make a fresh pot of coffee. Doesn't that sound exciting? Let's go do that. Oh. No bundt cake for cold hens. But I'm going to have to force feed myself some bundt cake today. Because there's some lady / man, I don't know what, who's coming to take pictures of the other house today. And I don't have it ready. It's supposed to be ready by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Will it be ready by 4 o'clock this afternoon? Well, is Pablo the meth fairy going to stop by? If not, I have my doubts. But it's going to have to be ready-ish, I guess. Oh, I've had like 2 weeks to do all this stuff too. But I wasn't really feeling it, you know. If you're not feeling it, how are the plants doing? Well, they're fine. I got them in the ground a little early, I think is what happened. I should have waited a couple weeks before getting them in the ground. So they're alive and fine, but they're also like the ones I put in first that endured the snow. There's some of them that are still alive, but they're really like, oh, life is hard. Whereas the ones I put in more recently, they're like, hey, yeah, we're good to go. Let's start growing, everybody. But how was I supposed to know that there was going to be a last-minute snowstorm at the end of the? It's like it was barely even winter still. I think it was spring at that point. I mean, what do I look like, a weatherman? I am going to initiate a proposal in front of the International Committee for Naming Things. And my proposal is as follows. We get rid of the expression letter carrier, and we just call all mailmen mailman, even if they're a woman. That's something we can all get behind. Meow. Oh, the mournful meows. All right, let's finish making our coffee now. Okay. We're going to get the 1 full scoop of coffee. I've already watched you eat. Push those things down like that. And then just turn it on. It does the rest all by itself. I already watched you eat. I don't want to watch you eat anymore. That cat, sometimes he just needs to learn to suck it. So Cameron's coming in today, but I don't think he's going to get here early enough to help at all with. Not that I want to make him help with that boring stuff anyway, but I don't think he's going to get here early enough regardless. But that'd be nice to have Cameron in town. And even though I don't have any like uppers in me this week, I feel plenty energetic, you know. Oh, fine. I'll just call it. I'll just go all in. It's only a $5 tournament. What do I care? I don't have time to be playing poker right now anyway. I've got a lot of complaining to do. And when you've got a lot of complaining to do, you just don't have time for other things. Well, I got coolered there. That's fine. I don't mind getting coolered. Like, at that point, I made the right play. It's just, he happened to spike the set of 8s on the flop. Meow what? You need to put a cork in your meows, I think, mister. Go ahead if you're going to eat. Eat your food. Oh, it's backwards. There. You know what I bet you want, Triple? Doing the chores will be a piece of piss? Is that like the opposite of a piece of cake? I pay out of pocket for it. We don't have any insurance. It's not blizzarding today. You have a bunch, but you don't take it anymore. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. Sounds like somebody, now you can see what happens if we give trouble some of these treats. He recognizes the bag right away. Here you go. He'll just ignore all the other food immediately and go straight to the treats. It's $60 a month. $1 a pill. Not that bad. The pharmacy we go to, if you don't have any insurance, you pay just a little bit more than their cost for it. So, like, we used to pay like $300 a month for Rachel's olanzapine, and now we only pay like $30 a month for it. If your pocket's even a little out, you should endeavor to stuff it back in. Yeah, well, I tell you, you want to talk about a consumer fleecing scheme, the best consumer fleecing scheme since credit cards. is health insurance. Oh, we're going to pay for your drugs, so you don't have to pay for them out of pocket. You just have to pay several $100s a month to us for things you don't want and hope you never use. Talk about a scam. Oh, don't worry. We'll inflate the cost of all health-related services so that it seems prohibitive for you to pay your own healthcare costs until you remember there's nothing wrong with you. And that random dude has no better concept of what's wrong with you than anybody else, except he's got some letters after his name. So yeah, I don't have health insurance because I'm not a complete moron. Because the other problem with health insurance is if you have health insurance, then you don't have any power as a consumer, right? I pay my doctor out of pocket, so I expect results and can demand them. Like anything else, right? And can you imagine if the government paid your car mechanic, or you had car insurance, car breakdown insurance, and some middleman paid your car breaking down shit? Well, then all of a sudden mechanics would have signs up saying free inspection, come in, get your shit checked out. We'll find something wrong, and then we can charge this third party that purportedly has no economic interest or something. That's exactly what would happen if everybody had insurance to fix their car when it broke. The mechanics would get rich, and people would have their cars being fixed when there's nothing wrong with them all the time. Same thing has happened with people insurance. Health insurance. Health insurance can suck my butt. We had to go to a regular doctor with Rachel not that long ago to get her antibiotic because she had a UTI. Well, shit. Urgent care only cost $75, and I actually liked that doctor at urgent care. Yeah, we had to pay another $100 something for some labs. But, I'm drilling you to death in a dirty room. Drilled to Death in a Dirty Room is a great title for, I don't know, a play, a novel. Oh, you have dental insurance? Who has dental insurance? They can't do dental insurance usually because there's an understood cost for things, right? How much things cost. Like, I have to get a root canal. It's going to cost about $1,000 or whatever. Well, sure. If your insurance is paying the dentist, then the dentist doesn't have to do anything. he just has to set up a bunch of general maintenance appointments. What? Yep, everything looks fine. That'll be $300. Oh, cleaning and checkups are free and cavities too, huh? Wow, what a bargain. So the things you do at home, clean your own teeth and look at them, are free. Wow. Okay, I guess, if you had a lot of cavities, it could potentially, maybe, in theory, be economically a good decision to have dental insurance. But you'd have to get a lot of cavities. I mean, do you need to x-ray your teeth? It's like, this tooth hurts. Pull it out or fix it or something. I don't know. Insurance in general is a terrible idea. I'm not going to pay to minimize the possibility that I'll pay later. It just makes no sense. It's stupid. I refuse to participate in that farce. Why do you think, the casinos are all lit up with all those big lights and fancy shit and noises and stuff? Because they make shit tons of money. Not because it's a good idea to gamble. Why do you think there are all these State Farm commercials and Allstate and Geico and insurance commercials out the wazoo with Juju Watkins advocating that I buy State Farm insurance? Why do you think there are so many insurance commercials? Because it's a money printing machine, just like a casino is, except it's worse. It's institutionalized. It's codified. You have to have car insurance, And now purportedly it's codified. You have to have health insurance, but fuck that noise. I don't have car insurance either, so. So fuck that noise, This whole racket of industry designed to extract taxation essentially from me in order for me to be able to buy the drugs I want. It's insane. Obviously, I have no respect for that system at all, and every bit of it can go fuck itself. Why? Because I'm not an idiot. I mean, who has so little trouble understanding economics that they think it's a good idea for them to have health insurance? Doctors don't heal you, right? They don't fix you. They either fix an injury, they could do that, or they prescribe you drugs. I have something called the internet, which can inform me about all the possible drugs that might be useful to me for a given problem. Sure, doctors have diagnostic equipment that I don't have, and in some instances, that's worthwhile. However, I would point out that Rachel told me I need to go to the urgent care because I have a UTI. And she told the doctor, I have a UTI. And he said, okay, well, here's your prescription, and we'll just run the tests on this urine. You're prescribing the solution to the problem that she's correctly articulated to you, but we still have to get her urine tested after you've prescribed the solution. Why? Well, so we could get confirmation that, in fact, Rachel was right. Yeah, she did that. She did that. We did that. We did the cranberry juice. And I also have these pills that make it less uncomfortable, I guess. I never had one, so I don't know. I guess guys don't really get them. Ensure nothing else is wrong. Okay, well then why don't we just test her for every possible thing that could go wrong with anybody? You know, it's like when I took Rachel to the doctor in LA and paid out of pocket, and the doctor, who was actually a nurse practitioner, wasn't even a doctor, scolded us for not having health insurance because that precluded her from running endless tests. When I asked her, like, what are you testing for here exactly in this test that you want to do? Well, meow, 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 meow. Well, is there any indication that she has meow, 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 meow? Well, no, we just want to eliminate that as a possibility. That's not how sane people do things. Okay? That's not how sane people do things. You don't test for every fucking possible thing that could possibly be wrong with somebody because after all they have health insurance and therefore nobody's paying for it. It's insane. It's absolutely fucking insane. I like to imagine a sane society coming and talking to a random American couple, okay? And the husband says, well, my wife's got to go to the gynecologist today. Well, what gynecologist? Oh, it's a doctor that looks at her vagina. You send wife to have other man look at vagina? Yes. What's wrong with her vagina? Nothing. You Americans, completely crazy. In this scenario, I guess the sane civilization is sort of Asian. Maybe Chinese, I don't know. Japanese. You got kind of an Asian accent. So yeah, sane people don't go to the gynecologist unless there's something wrong with their vagina. They don't go there for general inspection. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if there was a penis doctor? Why are you going to the penis doctor? For just to have my penis inspected. Well, what's wrong with it? I won't know until they inspect it. Can you imagine? It's just I get it that women have more shit going on in their vaginas than men do in their penises, but nevertheless, we all know how gynecology came about. Some very perverted guy who became a doctor said, I want to specialize in vaginas. Because it wasn't a woman doctor that started this practice. We all know what happened, how gynecologists came to be. Oh, my wife's depressed. All right, well, let's take a look at her vagina. And while we're at it, take your top off too, please. I need to check those titties out. Yeah, her depression is in fact a vagina-related problem. You're going to need to bring her in here a couple times a month for treatment. It's hysteria, I think, mostly. She's suffering from hysteria. Women do that. They get hysterical, you know. Not in a funny way, not like hysterical, ha-ha, but like, oh, I'm a woman, I can't handle everything. We're probably getting UTIs from the chastity belt. Well, that's not how Rachel got a UTI. I tried to figure out, like, how did you get a UTI? Because I know, like, when we have sex, I'm always fresh out of the shower. It's like we never have spontaneous sex that doesn't it begins without a shower. Well, occasionally, but not very often. And she just said, "Well, I guess I'm just kind of gross." Like she just doesn't do a great job of wiping herself or something. I don't know. I mean, I would be suspicious, except there's except there's no way that, that she could possibly be like cheating on me or anything because we spend all of our time together and it's inconceivable, it it's almost physically impossible because of how she doesn't have a car, etc. But I read that as blunt cake. I could go for some blunt cake, but I don't want any blunt cake. By blunt cake, I mean I have to go over to the other house and work. With my working arms, she loves me too much, but that might be another reason why. Um, I don't have a bunt 10. But you know what the results say if you have a UTI? Mixed vaginal flora. It's like, oh, there's a flower bouquet in your puss. It reminds me of my Adderall. Mixed amphetamine salts. Anyway, she took up the antibiotics and it went away. They called it gynecologist. Yeah, I really think if we're going to have gynecologists, then we need to have penis doctors too. Penacologists. Yes, here, lamb. Frequently do I go, why do I have a headache? Oh, I'm dehydrated, or oh, I'm hungry. Frequently do I experience that. Doctor, please hurry! My wife broke her arm. All right, let's get those pants off. Trouble. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? No matter what the problem is, my wife's hair is on fire. Quick, get all of her clothes off. Get her up in these stirrups and give me one of those spreader things. You had a cannabis soda one time that was very tasty. I might have a cannabis soda right now that's very tasty. And I would like to say that this cannabis soda that I have, it is very tasty, but also it's strawberry soda. I believe it, Caroline. Okay, well, so I took your temperature. It's fine. Blood pressure looks okay. Well, let's get those titties out. It was like that doctor who worked with, I don't remember what college it was. It was like either Michigan or Michigan State, I think. He worked with their gymnastics team, and he had like whatever was going on with the women's gymnast. He had a technique where he basically put his hand in their vagina and fiddled around in there. He even like wrote a paper on how it was so useful or something. Dr. Sandler, is that his name? I don't know. Technique. His special technique, yes. He invented a special technique called giving a woman a hand job. The real question, though, is this. Is going to have... No, I never had a prostate exam because my doctor did something very sensible. I went and complained, like, hey, this was a long time ago. I'm starting to have that thing they say on TV for that commercial where they say, you might not have a going problem, you might have a growing problem. And there was this drug that would make your prostate not grow so much. I think it's off the market now. It probably caused horrible side effects or something. But he just ran a prostate cancer test because if you have prostate cancer, it releases this very specific protein that otherwise is not in your either blood or whatever they test, I guess. Probably blood. And so he did not need to reach in my butt at all. He just got the results back on the test and said, you don't have prostate cancer. And like, so why would he need to squeeze my prostate? Because after all, I either have prostate cancer or I just have a naturally growing larger prostate because I'm getting older, right? So why not just test for the prostate cancer? And then each of the doctor's fingers was like this big. He's just like, I'm going to need to put 3 or 4 fingers in there. Lance Armstrong got testicular cancer from all the PEDs he was doing. When you hear about athletes getting testicular cancer, probably that means they did a bunch of steroids. Prostate cancer is not punishment for being with too many prostitutes. It's punishment for eating too much red meat. I don't know about cancer, but I mean, prostate enlargement is. You know what's crazy? If you sell weed when it wasn't legal and you are in prison when it's legalized, you still have to serve a sentence. You aren't released even though it's legal. Well, because you did commit the crime at the time when it was a crime and were convicted in accordance with due process. So, accordingly, there's no reason to overturn your sentence. There are only a very finite number of reasons to overturn a sentence. How evil prosecutors are, they're completely fucking among the most evil people in the world. Because, hi, Popovich. Because there's very rarely, if ever, a prosecutor who doesn't believe in plea bargaining. there's no way to attain justice in a plea bargaining world because prosecutors will just invariably threaten to overcharge somebody in order to leverage the possibility that they might get life in prison or something in order to force them to plead guilty to a lesser offense where they only have a year in prison. Even if they're factually innocent, most people don't have the faith that I have in TI, right? Like, there's no way in hell I would accept a plea bargain. I mean, if I was factually guilty of something that I believed was an actual wrong that I deserved to be punished for, then I'd just plead guilty and take the sentence, because I'm not gonna actively fight on the side of incorrectness. Oh no, they can't convict anybody, no issue. That's what everybody thinks, right? That's why they accept the plea bargain. Fuck no, they can't. Like, I was on a jury in LA where they were prosecuting this guy who was genuinely actually guilty of simple assault, if you were to be literal with the law. He did initiate aggression against this drunken guy who was bugging him by hitting him with a squeegee. Anyway, the prosecutor had threatened to charge him with, and then actually did charge him with, and tried to prosecute him on the following: assault with a deadly weapon, even though it's like a 99-cent store squeegee. Okay. Felony assault with a tear gas weapon because he pepper sprayed the guy who wouldn't get out from behind his car so he could leave. This drunken asswipe was being a drunken asswipe, got exactly what he deserved, and the prosecutor tried to prosecute this guy for simple assault, assault with a deadly weapon, and felony assault with a tear gas weapon. We found him not guilty on all charges. So what happened there? That guy didn't accept the plea, and he got justice. The prosecutor, I'm sure, told him, if you don't plead guilty to simple assault, we're going to charge you with these outrageous crimes that could send you to prison for decades. What could be more evil than that? But, the reason that works is because most people aren't Eric. No way in hell a prosecutor would get away with any of that shit with me. They'd want to have some sort of meeting with me and my lawyer one time. After that, they'd refuse to meet with us ever again. They'd refuse to meet with us in person because they wouldn't want to get completely undressed by me and shamed and belittled, as they so richly deserve. Ridiculed. I guarantee you, no prosecutor would want to see, who's trying to prosecute some bullshit anyway against me, would want to actually see a jury trial against me. They just drop the charges because they know that I would fucking eviscerate them in front of everybody. I mean, in what world does due process include threats of decades in prison in order to leverage a plea bargain to a lesser offense? How is that due process? Most people aren't smart enough or capable or competent enough at that kind of stuff to put their foot down and be like, you're not going to convict me of those things. I'm not guilty of those things. And, you are going to be in for a rough time if you insist on prosecuting me for anything at this point. You're going to have a rough go of it. Because there's going to be a deposition time, right? There's evidentiary stuff. And for those things, I have much broader latitude in terms of what to argue to the judge and stuff, right? Maybe not in front of the jury, you're limited, but when it comes to evidentiary stuff, procedural stuff like that, I have broad latitude in what I can argue in front of the judge. And I guarantee you that you'll be lucky to escape that fucking encounter without a judicial censure for your obvious prosecutorial misconduct. I don't expect to actually get you prosecuted for it thanks to your essentially unlimited immunity. But that doesn't change the fact that you're a fucking scumbag, and that we should all be richly aware of that fact. Nikolai Tesla? He's the INTJ, I think. Makes sense that an ENTJ like Musk would lionize an INTJ in the same fashion that I might lionize Kant or Einstein. Both of whom are INTPs, I believe. And that's one to grow on. Okay, so I thought you guys were supposed to make me go over to the other house and work. What happened with that? You guys aren't really doing anything. What do I think of Freud's id, ego, superego theory? I mean, it's not even a theory. It's like we could arbitrarily classify human existence across time as expressions of reflective self-control, of efficacy, and of animal urges. So yeah, you could arbitrarily taxonomy it like that if you wanted to, but Jung corrected it and said, no, that's not how human consciousness works. Human consciousness, if we're going to describe it at all, we need some unit to measure it in, right? I don't hate Elon Musk these days. I like him more than I did before. Okay, in or out, Katie? In or out? The door's closing. You have to make a choice. Cats have a horrible, horrible relationship with doors. I do not like it. Cats want all the doors to be open all the time. But Eric doesn't want all the... I don't think... There's nothing wrong with ESFPs. I get my mushrooms from an ESFP. My old, no longer realtor, my old ESFP realtor got us this house, made it happen, even though it was a contingency sale and all that kind of stuff. I appreciated that. I love this house. So, the ESFPs, they have their role in the socio, as socionics says as well. It's just that their way of going about things and my way of going about things are extremely different, right? They take action on subjectivities. I talk about objectivities. But, having ESFP uh, as a realtor, for example, for somebody who just talks about objectivities is very, very helpful because what do you need if you're trying to get something, right? Like that. You need somebody who acts upon subjectivities. Hey, I can tell you guys really like this house, and I know how to make this deal happen, and I'm not going to let them just be like, well, I guess we can't get that house because I don't want. I looked into it, and the only way we're going to pay for it without paying a bunch of taxes is if we pay for it from the proceeds of selling this other house. So he's like, no problem. I'm going to make that shit happen. That's very precious to an ENTP who has a lot of difficulties making shit happen, right? Um, Eric, what do you think about socionics? I think there's plenty of good ideas in it. It's just it's just a slapdash, haphazard mess. It's not made by somebody who knows what they're doing. Case making, modeling, etc. You need to have if you're trying to explain something, you can't just either use well the biggest problem with socionics is it fails to distinguish between the different things that it's trying to do. So it doesn't know whether it's talking about something mechanically, whether it's talking about something metaphorically or archetypally, and it doesn't know whether its dichotomies are mechanical or descriptive, for example. It just doesn't work as a model. To be a model, you need to have, number one, some kind of prime directive. No, the best viewpoint is not the one that hugs them all. Absolutely not. The best viewpoint in any given situation is the best viewpoint for that situation, regardless of anything else. We can independently adjudicate various questions and come up with correct answers for many or most of them. However, it is the case that for some people who prioritize certain kinds of subjectivities, then they're worried more about consensus, harmony, agreement than they are about correctness. The thing is, there's a place for that too, right? There's a place where harmony, everybody's feelings, etc., ought to be prioritized over correctness. That place is not public policy. That place is not explanation, right? That place might be a baseball game where even though you might be correct that the ump made a bad call, that doesn't mean you should jump out onto the field and shut down the whole game and protest it because you're correct, right? Well, okay, viewpoint is a weird word, right? And I'm not exactly sure what viewpoint means, but there are people make position statements and people make advocacies, people make claims, and in some areas, those claims, it's best to be inclusive. I like pizza. I like burritos. That should not be a cause for a conflict, right? We want to acknowledge the fact that different tastes for different people, and that's fine, you know? Absolutely fine. On the other hand, um, should the government criminalize certain kinds of political speech? Is a binary question. We need a definitive binary answer on it, because you can't compromise between amputating a leg and not amputating a leg. It's a binary choice, right? So we have to be careful to understand that specific questions require specific approaches to answering them. Like, well, I put in half the work on this project and they're getting all the money. Well, let's figure out a fair, equitable compromise regarding competing interests. Both people want all the money, each deserves half the money. Let's compromise. That's great. Now, let's look at King Samson. Two women both claim ownership of the same baby. Samson says, cut the baby in half. You can each have half the baby. It doesn't work in that situation because then you destroy the baby. There are lots of things in life that are like that. You cannot compromise from the integrity of the system without ruining the thing itself. There are lots of things like that in the world. Well, what I'm trying to do, Ryan, is point out that your viewpoint is valid for certain kinds of things, but not for others. Whereas you're stating it as a general claim. So I'm correcting your general claim and saying, no, it's wrong. I'm not saying much except I'm negating what you're saying. And I'm giving good justifications for why it ought to be negated, including examples. So, I mean, really, the truth is, I'm saying shit tons. I'm saying more than anybody you've heard say in a long time. But it's your ways of paying attention don't validate this kind of explanation. And that's okay too, you know. We don't all have the same values because depending on our attentional configuration, we're going to have as an absolute or an instrumental value different things. For me, explaining stuff is an absolute value. It's an end in itself. It's worth doing because it's correct. For other people, it's only an instrumental value. You only explain things because you're trying to understand it for a specific reason to do some sort of outcome, right? So if you don't want to understand things, if that's not a value inherent to you, then you're not going to find this very valuable, because this kind of conversation, this talking of mine, is designed to explain things and help people understand better reality itself, among other things. That's one of the challenges of understanding, though, is that I understand this, but other people don't. And sometimes that can be frustrating because I think of understanding as being an equal opportunity provider. Anybody can benefit from being correct. Anybody can benefit from understanding. And all it requires is to be detached, you know. But that's from my perspective, obviously. If you can't be detached, then understanding is of no value at all. You don't need to understand because that's going to conscribe your ability to do. The more you understand, the less you do. Like, I'm really understanding right now how I need to go over to the other house and do some work. And yet, look, I'm not actually doing it. I'm just understanding it. Fine, I'll go over there pretty soon. I'll take the laptop. How horrible. It's not that horrible. If I were just to go over there and start doing it, it wouldn't be that bad. I just start getting it done and just do it. But it's like the most significant part of this morning's live stream, in terms of what I perceive as having value, was the stuff I was just explaining about explaining and everything, right? But what did that do? It drove away, it made me go from like 10 or 11 people to 3. Because people don't think explanations are very valuable, especially if it runs afoul of what they think they understand. Just don't it. I love that expression, Acacia. You get a wonder point for that. Just don't it is right. INFPs of the world, I feel you, dogs. I feel you. INTPs of the world, I'm right there with you. I feel you. I don't like doing stuff. I like talking about stuff sometimes. Someone needs to do something about this horrible world that makes us do stuff all the time. The problem is, the only people who might do something about this horrible world that requires us to do stuff all the time are people who do things. So we're in a real catch-22 there. Well, you know what? You guys are going to get to see at some point today, because I am taking you with me to the other house. You're going to get to see Eric do something even when he totally doesn't feel like it. This is a once in a very long time opportunity, so I want you to take advantage of it. Thoughts on Trump's tariffs? Idiotic. Free trade is preferable to protectionism. How do I slice up my moments? Well, that's a good question. That's an excellent question. How do I slice up my moments? What an interesting way to put things. How do I slice up my moments? Well, I don't have a very good, I'm not very good about, I'm super perceivery, which is to say, I don't like to have concrete plans of what's going to happen when. I like to be, at some point today, maybe we'll go to the store, Rachel, but if not today, maybe tomorrow. I'm in California. We're right next to Yosemite National Park and the Sierra National Forest. So we live in a pretty isolated spot for California, which is fairly well populated, the state, but not my county. I live in Mariposa County, which is a rural agricultural county, so much so that there's not a single stoplight in the entire county, just stop signs. And it's a low population density county with a lot of agriculture. Like, a lot of people around us have cows and horses and shit, and sheep and goats and whatnot. But we're not into that. Most people who move here, they come here looking for quote unquote acreage. And you'll see signs that the realtors put up saying, like, this place is for sale and it'll say acreage underneath it. We didn't want acreage. Why? Well, because acreage requires you to take care of acreage. We just have 1 acre, and I very rarely use any of that acre for anything. Like, there's a hill behind our house that goes down to the shed. I never go on that hill. I look at it sometimes. I mean, I look down it. I look down the hill when I'm standing up there. But I never like walk on the hill. Why would I walk on the hill? It's a difficult place to walk. You know, it's kind of steep, so you can't walk on the hill into Tommy slippers, okay? I normally wear tatami slippers, even when I'm doing stuff like digging a trench, which I'm doing outside right now. But I have to stay up on the top because if I get down on the hill, I broke my last pair of tatami slippers that way. They're too slippy. Like your foot won't stay on the main part of it if you're at an angle. So that's one to grow on. Don't go on the hill wearing tatami slippers. I mean, maybe if it's a paved hill, but not an unpaved hill. And generally people don't pave hills just for the sake of paving hills. They might pave a road going up a hill, but the point is, you can accept it as general heuristic and feel pretty comfortable with it. Don't go on a hill in your tatami slippers. What? Do you want me to demonstrate why? Okay. Let's go outside to the hill. And I'll show you why you should not go on a hill with your tatami slippers. Okay, so here's the hill. There's the trench I'm digging. Now watch this. Oh, I'm just going to walk down the hill a little bit. And now I'm going to try to walk back up the hill. Oh no. Oh no, my slippers. But it's not really doing it right now. But trust me. It's because the grass is kind of wet. If the grass weren't kind of wet, I'd be slipping all over the place. There's the shed down there. Okay. See it there. I actually went to the shed yesterday. But that was the first time I've been to the shed in a long time. Bro, we both live in redwoods. These are actually, I think, cedar trees. Mostly cedar trees. Like, that's a cedar tree right there. We have some pine trees too. Like, that's a pine tree. But around here, before we moved here, I guess they lost a lot of pine trees to some kind of a beetle that I guess kills pine trees. Some sort of pine tree murdering beetle. Like, you're watching these beetles like getting together at the Lions Club and being like, I hate those fucking pine trees. I want to genocide pine trees. This is our gully. got a little creek down there, which is currently actually has water in it. Most of the year it doesn't have water in it, but now it does have water in it. It's nice to come out in the evenings when it's a little quieter outside. There's a car. I can hear a car right now. But it's nice to go out. I guess normally it's quiet regardless, but our new neighbors get a fair amount of traffic across the street. I've tried to go down there and pan for gold before, but the problem we have is that we have way too much pyrite, fool's gold. It's like you get one scoop of dirt and put some water on it, you're going to get just all these sparkles of gold all over the place that isn't gold. So it makes it like too hard for me to even try to find gold. It's a little bit chilly out, but not that cold. So I just want to recap our most recent lesson, which I poorly demonstrated. Namely, don't go on the hill in your tatami slippers. I hope we all took away an important lesson from that. And we'll remember that next time we are wearing tatami slippers and are near a hill. And let's say your friend says, hey, let's go on that hill. You know, oh, no. I am wearing tatami slippers. And I learned from Eric that you should not go on a hill under those circumstances. So just make a little note of all that in your life lesson notebook that you keep. Who here keeps a life lesson notebook? I don't. That's because I remember them all with my steel trap of a brain. Hi, Rahul viewer. Nice to see you. Why are you saying hi with question marks? Hi? Hello? I don't remember my life lessons because when I try to remember them, they always turn into something new. Well, I think what you're saying is past results are no guarantee of future outcomes. And that's the case. If you rely too much on life lessons you've already learned, then you're not in touch with your intuition enough, right? And vice versa. If you spend too much time intuiting about the status quo in its evolving state, then you're not paying enough attention to the various lessons you've learned from life. Yes, I am from the United States of America, California. Cool. I like vibing. I'm down with vibing. That's why I play the vibraphones. I don't really play the vibraphones. That was a lie. I lied to you, and I'm very, 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 very deeply sorry about it. I should never have lied to you like that. I don't play the vibraphones, and I don't believe I've ever played the vibraphones. I have played around on a xylophone before. I don't play the xylophone, but I can hit the things with the little hammers. I'm not sure how a vibraphone differs from a xylophone now that I think about it. What makes a xylophone become a vibraphone? And why is the word phone in it anyway? You want to see the flavor of deliciousness? Okay, there it is. That's good. You want to see the flavor of true deliciousness, though? I'm talking about true, real, permanent deliciousness. We're going to take one of these. These things are called ricins. That's what I call them. I'm not exactly sure how it's pronounced. R-I-E-S-E-N. Let's go absolutely batshit crazy. Add 2 gummies. 2 gummy bears. Don't worry. We got the Haribos. We didn't get some cheap off-brand gummy bear. Now that, am I new here? Or am I on time? Or both? Maybe both. Yeah, I don't like black coffee. It's got a lot of non-dairy creamery. I believe in coffee that has a lot of powdered non-dairy creamer. And then you can add a little bit of milk too if you want. But the main necessary thing is a shit ton of powdered non-dairy creamer. Now to make this flavor sensation complete, the only thing it's missing is the refreshing taste of tobacco. I might call this a gummy coffee raisin bomb. Or you call it a rice and coffee bear. You could call it a number of different things. I'll open up these so I can see the chat through the window. A challenging and fun friend. It sounds like you are a good candidate to be jumped into the fun friends gang. See, around here, we're gangsters, but of the fun friends gang kind of gangster. Means instead of doing crimes, we do fun activities together. Instead of being mean and using violence, we compliment and high five one another. Eric likes his sweet 6 creams. That's funny, Caroline, about doctors. All right. I mean, I would say, as not a woman, I've never experienced it, but I figured it's gotta be like that. painting on wall some cartoons. You have drawn some cartoons on your wall? No, no. These aren't cartoons. These are twist tie people. These are a couple. This is DeAndre, the husband, and this is Madison, the wife. I don't know if that's really their names. I just made up those names right now. I've always heretofore referred to them as twist tie guy and his wife. And yeah, there's got a bit of jungle fever going on. But it's the 21st century, people. Wake up. Yeah, they tied the knot a while back. They twist tied the knot a while back. Their express purpose is to protect the house from bad juju. Are they effective? Well, I don't see any bad juju around, do you? Want to see something that looks 21st century? Okay. Is it a calendar of 2025? That would look quite 21st century. Anyway, if you've not tried those ricins before, I never had them until I moved up here. Those ricins are super delicious. They're like the best candy. I can't believe I never had it until I came up here. Because Rachel, she was familiar with them already. I guess she ate them back in Long Island, but she wasn't even the one who initiated us getting them. I just one day was like, well, let's get something chocolate to go with these fruity things. Let's get these ricins up here, whatever these are. It wasn't until later that I discovered Rachel knew what they were all along. She'd eaten them back in, she lived in Long Island. What type is Caroline Levitt? I don't know who that is. Never heard of her before. What medium do they work in or something? That lady worked in. What's her deal? Caroline Levitt. All right, after this cigarette, we're just gonna fucking do it. We're gonna get in the little wilderness car. We're gonna go to the other house, and then I'm gonna have when we get there, I'm gonna have a little bit of noisy time. During the noisy time, I'm just gonna let you chill out on the deck in a nice day and look at the thing. I have to do a schmeckle's worth of orbital sanding. Just go over the surface once with the orbital sander to make sure it's smooth. And then I got to vacuum up all the dust from all the sanding I did yesterday. Because I did get the sanding done yesterday, at least. Yeah, I'm way, way, way behind schedule. But I did get the sanding done. So anyway, we'll go over there. I'll set you outside for a moment to enjoy the woods. And then while you're out there, I'll do the noisy things, which will just take no more than 10 minutes, probably less than that. And then I'll bring you back inside and we'll work together to paint the bathroom. Then once we're done painting the bathroom, I'll look for any other last little bits of touch up that need to be done. And then once we're done with that, then we'll pull up the drop cloths and we'll move the furniture back to where it's supposed to go. Oh, and then, time permitting, we'll put up the drapes. I got the hardware. The real question is, do I have the software? Yes, I'm in the California mountains. We're not technically in the Sierra Nevada National Mountains, Sierra Nevada, but we're right next to it. We're tucked in between Yosemite National Forest and Sierra National Forest. As you see, there's a lot of big trees around. The biggest tree is over there. See it poking up above the... No, you can't actually from here. It's that one. Now you can see it kind of. It doesn't seem like the tallest one, but it's the one that pokes up there. That's the tallest tree around here. It's super tall. So, yeah, we live in the mountains. It's nice. I love living here. I love living here more than I ever even imagined I would. It just took me a couple years to figure it out. Hey, it's a dime. See a dime, pick it up. All the day you'll have 10 times as much good luck as if you saw and picked up a penny. Yeah, we did have some big snows here. We've had some big snows. The most surprising snow, though, wasn't super big, but it was quite a bit, was just like a week ago. And that was troublesome because I had just put in some seedlings outside in the ground, and then this unexpected late season snowstorm hit. Heads or tails, everybody? Heads or tails? Heads or tails? The answer is tails. So if you had tails, you win. And you should feel good about yourself. But if you had heads, you lose and should feel bad about yourself. You know how you know that I'm back to my normal happy self again? See you later. I will enjoy my channel. You take care too, gambler. I don't mind doing a little gambling myself. I was saying earlier how Rachel and I ended up at the casino the other night. Mostly because we wanted to get stuff and it was too late. Everything's closed. But the casino's not closed. It's open 24 hours a day. They sell cigarettes. And there's a Sonic there that you can drive through. It's open 24 hours a day too. So we were going to go there so Rachel could get Sonic and I could get cigarettes. But the Sonic was closed. So we went into the casino. We got hot dog and whatever else. Which we got the meal for free, by the way, on my points. I didn't even know that was a possibility. But we went there and I said, she's like, do you have a player's card? I'm like, yeah, here. And she ordered and I was like, She's like, okay, here's your receipt. I'm like, but I haven't paid for it yet. And she's like, no, you get it for free with your points. I'm like, really? Wow, how nice. Anyway, then while we were there doing a little gambling, won like $1,800, which I then took the next day to use to pay the property taxes. I was actually stressed out about liquidity. I was like, man, I could sure use a couple grand to pay this property taxes with, so I don't have to figure out where I'm getting more liquidity from at the moment. So I don't have to get it from someplace else, basically. And bam, there it comes, falls right in my lap. I've often said, for whatever reason, God put the bumpers on my bowling lane. Hey, Cameron. All right, cool. You're gonna stone human? You think I'm better than you? I'm wearing the shirt because it's a shirt I don't care if I get paint on. I don't dislike the shirt, but it's not my favorite shirt. Like I wouldn't. You want to see a happy cat? You want to see an excited cat? All you got to do, watch this cat. As soon as I even bust out, make the sound of it. Watch what he does. Let's watch him. Okay, hold on. There he is. Now. What is this? What do I have here? Oh my goodness. Yes. Delicious treats. So he'll just ignore the rest of the cat food until he eats all of the treats. He loves those treats. Winston's mom got those treats for the cats. They're called Temptations. Some people say that these treats lead a cat to a life of immorality. That's why I just administer them very carefully. I'm like the cat's doctor with his prescription. Cameron, very much looking forward to seeing you, and looking forward to having some fun. Wouldn't mind going fishing. I noticed this spot, this near town, that I saw some people fishing at. I guess you can fish there. It's just right next to the highway. So I was thinking maybe we could go fish there. Would I eat 5 pounds of cat food for $500,000? Sure. How long do I have to eat it? If I could take like a couple weeks to eat it, that'd be no problem. I just eat a little bit at a time and just choke it down, you know. For 500 grand, totally worth it. All right, let's do it. Let's concede defeat and let's go over to the other house. I'm bringing this laptop with me. No condiments, only water, huh? Well, at least I get water. Let's go. Let's stop being big babies and let's go. Okay, that's it. I'm tired of you guys being such big babies all the time. When I say it's time to go, I mean it's time to go. All right? So stop dicking around and get your ass in the little wilderness car. God, I cannot take you anywhere. But I will take you somewhere. I'll take you to the other house. Let me lock this door. It's locked already. Rachel's a warrior. She's kind of the opposite of me in that regard. I'm a 7, so I'm an Enneagram 7, which means that scary thing won't happen to us. She's an Enneagram 6, so she's like, oh, every scary thing might happen to us, which is fine. She and I complement one another rather than being the same. Right. Put this away. Put this other thing away. Plants and shit. I'm gonna clean them. Bring this flashlight. It's a good thing to bring because lets you inspect, make sure you got all the spots with the paint you're supposed to get, you know. All right, fine, let's go. Why do I have gasoline in here? Oh, right. I took the pressure washer over there, which is a good, high quality, gas powered Honda pressure washer. And I'm supposed to pressure wash the house, but the thing is, I don't need necessarily to do that before the pictures are taken, because I don't think pictures of the outside are going to be that close up to show that stuff. But maybe, I don't know. It's just going to have to do. However much I get done today, it's just going to have to be good enough. You've never had anchovies on pizza, huh? I think I've had it before, but I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, I don't really remember if I have had it, what it tastes like. I'm sure it just tastes like gross little fish. There. Now you're nice and seatbelted in so that you can be safe during our drive. If you're not familiar with the process here, we are going to be disconnected for a minute or so while I go from this Wi-Fi to the other Wi-Fi. so I can put the what are those plates called that go, you know how like, I don't know, plates, little outlet plates. So I can put those back on. I took them off to paint. Now I need to put them back on. Moorage. Yes, I do. Definitely, because what Trump's doing is a bunch of stupid shit that could be easily enough reversed, right? Whereas increasing taxes at the federal level is systemically damaging rather than just temporarily damaging. I mean, but look, the important thing to remember is pointing out that Kamala Harris was an even worse candidate than Trump or Hillary Clinton does not make Trump at all good. Alright, so we'll be separated for a minute or two. And we're back. So, I mean, certainly Trump is acting like a king, and there's plenty of things to dislike about him, but the point is, his general approach to trying to constrain the federal government and the scope thereof is the correct approach. It's just he's not the right guy to do anything because he's an idiot. You know, he's a complete fucking tard. Just goes to show you, it's more important to know why you're correct than it is to be correct. Okay. Here we go. So, I mean, cause like Trump's all over the map, right? Some of his policies are good ideas, some of his policies are bad ideas. Because he doesn't decide what to do based on any kind of objective process, right? Based on any kind of deliberative process, I guess I should say. He decides what to do based on his own shitty intuition, which is technically objective, but bad, and his own stupid arbitrary feelings. I think it's important to keep things in perspective, right? Like, Trump's first term and Biden's term were both actually quite good presidencies across the board generally. Biden's was probably a little bit better because Biden did less. We want presidents that don't do stuff unless it's necessary, worthwhile doing, and validates on objective external metrics, not just on your own fucking feelings. So it's like, you can tell you're dealing with a partisan if they object to Trump's first term in retrospect or Biden's term in retrospect, because both were pretty good jobs. I mean, Biden's was better because at least Biden didn't assassinate some general on foreign soil, which really bothered me a lot. Still does. This term, Trump is, well, he's like Putin light. You know? Sardines are little nutritional powerhouses. Well, good for them. So I made it over here. That's the first step in doing something. It's only 10:25. I've got till 4 o'clock to be done. That's lots of time. It's more time than you could shake a stick at. Oh. We're gonna have to go back home in a little bit, though. I forgot to bring the bong and weed. It's like, I don't even want to smoke a cigarette right now. What I want to do is pull a couple bong rips and get started. I can't pull a couple bong rips because I don't have the bong with me. So, I do believe, however, that there's a pipe in here. I had to move all this furniture. Oy vey. Or as they say in Mexico, ay caramba. Or as they say in Chinese, ay ya. Oh, God. Yes, there's a pipe here, but there's no weed. There's a little bit of weed in that one bowl, but... And I feel like I have to poop again. Alright, well, we're going to have to go back home for a second. I got the laptop over here. So there's zero chance that I get stuck at home because there's nothing to do at home unless I have my laptop with me. I do have that HDMI cable, so I can put this one back. So you see, I brought my shop vac over, so I can do some vacuuming. All right, so we're back home again to poo, grab the bong and some weed, and then we'll be back. I had such a big poo before we left the house, too. I was surprised to have more poo in me. I must have been collecting it for a while. Don't you collect all that poo. Also, I should get a belt because my high hip syndrome is causing my pants to fall down. Alright. Maybe if I had some sardines, things would be different. Because they're little nutritional powerhouses. Alright. That's fine. Should come as no surprise to anybody that I forgot something at home. The pooping, that should come as a surprise because I pooped a lot before I left home. But, alright. Also, I should eat something. God damn it. Why is life so difficult sometimes? I'll go home, I'll make some food. I'll poop, pull some bowls, I'll bring some weed with me, etc. As with last time, we will be briefly disconnected before we reconnect. If it is simple, why don't why you didn't done already. Because I suck. I'll see you in about 90 seconds. High gear. And away we go. What's going on with the connectivity? Okay, there. I have done a lot of it. Most of it. I just have this last bit to do. And I'm not sure if it's going to get done by the time the picture takers get here, but I'll have it more or less ready-ish. All right. So we've got 3 things on the agenda while we're back at home. Number 1 thing, I need to make some food. I'm just going to go with the sweet and sour chicken. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go poo. Yes, again, I know. There, you can look down the hallway now. Hallway stream. I wonder if I just had a live stream that just showed this hallway all day long, how popular it would be. Do you think hallway stream would be more or less popular than Mr. Beast? Well, I did poop some more. So good job. Good job me for that. I don't know where all this poop is coming from. Well, I do know where it's coming from. It's coming from my butt, but I mean, like, as I said before, why can't my body just learn to digest all of the food that I feed it instead of converting so much of it into poop? I mean, it would seem to me the majority of the food I eat, instead of becoming calories to nutritionalize me, it's just converted into poop. And I don't really have any use for poop. Not my own poop anyway. Alright. Now we're going to go wash our hands. And All right, let's go wash our hands at the kitchen sink. And oops. Like, yeah. Mr. Eric? Lunch break. Correct. It is lunch break. Of course, I haven't started work yet, so you wouldn't really call it a break. It's just more like a pre-break. Oh. Oh my God. The life break? My whole life's a break. It's just a bad day to not have any uppers. I am going to take a Prozac. That will probably help when we get busy. I could even take a half a Klonopin, which ironically often gets me motivated to start working for some reason. I think it's because it quells the anxiety that's keeping me locked in the dark playground. There are my glasses. Like the TV here is useless now because I have my laptop at the other house. Was there something else I was supposed to get besides weed, bong, and food here? I think that's about it. I'll bring these things with me too. That's for the drill for screwing and unscrewing things. If it is simple, then why not get it done already? Oh, Dennis. If only it were that easy. But it is that easy. No, I get you. You're not wrong. I guess I just prefer whining about it to doing it. last night, Rachel and I got ready for Cameron's arrival. We stripped the bed, put clean sheets and pillowcases on, but the only clean sheets we had were pink. So Cameron's gonna have to sleep on pink sheets. Otherwise, we would have had to do another load of laundry. Rachel was about to do it too. She was like, "Oh, we can't give him pink sheets." I was like, "He can have pink sheets. It's fine." Natalie Hopkins, hello. You know that you're just a Hopkins, Skitkins, and Jumpkins away from Young Amanda. The first thing that I need to do is go over the rough spot in the bathroom where I sanded. We did all the sanding yesterday. But yesterday I did all the belt sanding. I just need to go over it once with an orbital sander. That's the first thing I need to do. Just smooth it out, get any last little bits of sanding dust out. Then I need to use the shop vac to vacuum in the bathroom all the sanding dust up. Then I need to paint the bathroom. But it's all going to be just fine. It's not even 11 a.m. yet. It means I've got a full 5 hours of time to do this in. I would be done with all this already if I hadn't gotten my legs broken by this fucking sticker in the bathroom. The people who had the house before when it was built or whatever, they had this border along the top of the bathroom that looked like a painted scene of the wilderness or something. And so it was starting to peel up a little bit. You could tell with the sticker, and it was dumb anyway. And so I wanted to take it off. Turns out it's the most stubborn thing in the history of the world. I put stripper on it, and tried to scrape it off with a scraper. Not even, just forget about it, right? There's no chance. Even after I let the stripper sit on it for 24 hours. And so then I went and bought an orbital sander. I tried orbital sanding it. Forget it. Not even, it's like, I might as well be rubbing a gentle cloth on a giant boulder is how little effect it had. So then I had to go get a belt sander, and I spent a good amount of time belt sanding yesterday. I got it good enough. If it hadn't been for that fucking sticker, I'd be done with the whole thing already. And that sticker was just a gumption trap and just this. Because it's like, I thought, okay, well, I'll just take this little sticker off in the bathroom. I had expectations it was going to be easy and quick. And it turned out to be incredibly difficult, time consuming, and costly just to get this sticker off. what avs McGavs? That's what I have to say about that. What avs McGavs? I'm just going to do my best to get you done. Flint and steel. No, I don't need any flint and steel for the job I have to get done. I mean, I might need that for pulling bong rips, but fine. I'm done eating. Now let's pull a few bong rips. Let's chill for a minute and pull a few bong rips. Considering all the work I've gotten done this morning, it's the least I can do to reward myself. All right. Now I'm pulling these bong rips. We want to be efficient. We've got plenty of stuff to do. And we've spent so far this entire live stream, which is 2.5 hours worth of live stream, discussing and otherwise preparing to begin to do this stuff that I'm supposed to do. But, this way we can all acknowledge that I am mentally prepared. I'm mentally prepared to do this job now. I've done the necessary mental preparation. Well, I will have done it once I'm done pulling these bong rips. To be more efficient in the pulling of the bong rips, let's employ a more powerful flame source. Those are called the mists of productivity. It's said that if you find yourself lost in the mists of productivity, you're just about to get something done. It's rumored in ancient lore. Look, Eric, the sooner you get started, the sooner you'll be done with it. Oh, just get it out of the way and get it done. These are things my parents would say to me when confronting my intuition, lack of self-discipline, and inability to apply myself to anything of any use to anybody. Look, if you just get it done, then you can stop worrying about it. Yeah, thanks, Mom. Appreciate that. Really appreciate your helpful advice. It's correct. Don't get me wrong, Mom. You're 100% correct. And yet, here I sit, pulling bong rips and discussing the matter. It needs more discussion, I think. You know what my next bong rip is going to need? It's a little bit of concentrate on top of it. Just a spoonful of concentrate helps the bong rip go down. The bong rip go down. Oh yeah, yeah. Mom was right. Well, that's very much the case. Mom did mean that. You're insightful in that regard because Mom was very experientially based. She believed in having experiences. It was an end in and of itself. For me, I'm more into discussing perspective experiences. Like, I enjoy your comment, Ryan, which reflects upon the nature of such experiences and how one might be better able to cope with them, rather than actually better coping with them. We could solve the problem, we could do the thing, or we could complain about it some more. I'm not even complaining about it, I'm just musing about it. Just musing, just doing a little reflection. A little muse flexion. All right, let's clean this. That's something productive we could do. There, that's better. Hi, Wanshuriani. Gamarjaba. Gamarjaba to you too. And you know what? Gamarjabar, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful and merry Gamarjabar, which is the Hindu holiday of moon pies. How do you know that your unproductivity isn't productively producing you into productivity? Well, I don't, and we're going to have to discuss it more until we determine whether it might be. I think you raise a very valid point there. Have we really talked about this enough? No. Oh, it means hello, hi. Gamarjabal. Gamarjaba. Gamarjaba to everybody. May we all enjoy a Gamarjabai day. Filled with marvelous things. That's too hot to use now. Hi, Rob's Paradise. You're checking in from Hawaii. Still waiting for me to come down. I think I'd have to come across to go to Hawaii. I don't think I'd go down to Hawaii. I think I'd go laterally. Since you noticed me, I want to tell you that I change my name once a month. I want you to remember me. Okay, sounds good. It's pretty easy to be noticed by me around here because there's only 12 people here, so it's easy to notice each of the 12 people. Hot. That's still too hot to use. I need it though. Okay, well, you appear wherever you want. Launcher. I'm not going to try to tell you where to appear. Okay? I'm not a summons. The courts will tell you that. You must appear here at this time for this reason. But not me. I encourage you to appear wherever you want. You notice me noticing you? How fantastic. How fantastic. Okay. Now, this is barely cool enough to hold. At Rob's Paradise, it's quite possible that you're not getting notifications for some of them. I've had a number of people come in and say, why aren't I getting notifications for your streams? I'm like, I don't know, dog. How am I supposed to know about that? What do I look like? YouTube? No. That's how I talk normally. Okay, here we go. Now this bong rip is well coated in concentrate. Thank you. I like your mind as well. I mean, I don't like it. Like, I don't want to get in a relationship with it, but I like it in a platonic way. Fire crotch, you did an excellent job. I'm proud of you. Okay, let's take this weed with us. And let's take this bong with us. And was there something else we were going to do? Right. Leave this here because I don't need it. Oh, I know what the other thing I was going to do was. I remember now. Let me put this stuff down. Because high priority, this one. For those of you who don't know, I suffer from high hips syndrome. You know, if I were going to send your mind a Valentine's Day card, it would say, would you mind be my Valentine? Okay, so anyway, I suffer from high hip syndrome, which causes my pants to fall down all the time. So I'm going to go get a belt. Let's go get a belt. We have to be very quiet. We're going to begin on Rachel. She's asleep. Okay. And she's sleeping like a precious little angel. So everybody keep your voices down. No capital letters. There she is. She's sleeping like a little angel. Okay. Now where is a belt? That's question number 2. Okay, I found one. All right. Okay, this, for those of you who don't know how to use one of these are called belts. And what you're going to want to check your pants for are these little loops. You're going to just thread that belt through the loops. If you were to come visit us and look at this toilet every day for a month, you conclude that Rachel was constantly on her period. But actually, it's just toilet paper on which she's blotted lipstick. Every time I come in here and look at the toilet, it's got lipstick blotted toilet paper in it. All right, so I put on this belt. What's the next thing we're going to do? Let's get a fluoxetine. In fluoxetine and out flew the window. Not an olanzapine. There, fluoxetine. Pop a Fluby. And I'm also going to take some vitamins. One of these vitamins and one of these. This is called meow 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 meow. I don't know. It supposedly makes your B vitamins work better. Just so okay. We have done it all now. We've done it, every bit of it. Everything we hope to do. Every dream we dreamt, we've had that dream come true. Now, I'm going to lock this door, turn off this light. We're going to step over this cat who likes to always sit in the way. We're going to come back over here. We're going to take these pills. These 3 pills. Only one of which is a pill. 2 of them are vitamins. I don't know, I just figure fluoxetine might make me slightly more partial to doing this task. One never knows. Well, there's nothing left to do but to do it. So, let's get to it. Fine. Let's go. Trouble looks so happy just lying there on the floor. So I wish I could just lie on the floor. I hate doing things when I don't feel like doing things. And I don't feel like doing this. But sometimes in life, I guess, you just have to stop being such a baby. And this is one of those times. What's a good test of high NI? Well, I mean, it's just concision in their speech patterns. That's consistent with high NI or maybe absolute value NI. I think it's consistent with conscious NI. It's probably the best way to put it. right. I've got weed. I've got bong. I got a belt. I got all right. Enough needless chatter. Let's go. All right. For those who aren't familiar, we will be disconnected for about a minute and a half. A minute maybe, depending on how fast I drive. Then we'll reconnect when we get in the range of the other houses right by. I think that's not particularly necessarily reliable, plot events in movies, because it could be based on you seeing a similar plot device in some other similar movie, in which case it would be more experiential, But I'm not sure. I think that also might have something to do with how much you are engaging the material from an active perspective. Like, are you actively thinking about, well, could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be the other? I guess probably NI would be more likely to just know what it is without doing that. Okay, I've got, I think, everything I need from the car. Actually, the first thing I do when we get over here is set up the laptop so that I can see stuff on the screen. Okay, I got that plugged in. Now I need to plug in this thing. Into the wall you go. Now plug this in. Now open this. Go like that. I'm not showing you what my password is. And then the last thing I have to do is this. And it should work now. There you go. Now I've got this here, but I'm going to make it bigger. I'm going to get it bigger like that. And I'm going to make it bigger like this. There. And now we're making biscuits out of cheese, which is our goal, of course. Okay, next. Next, let's plug the phone in so that it doesn't run out of electricity. Because my phone, I don't know about you guys, but my phone requires electricity to work. Who am I? I'm America's greatest man, Eric. My name's Host Eric, and I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And I'm also the guy who's got some work to do today, and only a limited amount of time in which to get it done, but who insists on continuing to fuck around instead of actually doing it. So, what do? Well, at the moment, what I'm trying to do is finish this house's. I've basically done with all the painting and stuff. I need to get it cleaned up to have pictures taken of it in the next 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's how long I have till the picture taking people come. To get all the drop cloths off, put the furniture back, paint the bathroom still. So I'm more than a little behind schedule. Because I'm a lot behind schedule. Because we're selling this house, so obviously it's not supposed to look like this. Oh, fuck me. Well, I think we all know what this calls for. A couple of motivational bong rips. You seem like you're quite comfortable with where you are with life, would you say? Yeah, I am now, but this is a fairly recent phenomenon. The last couple of years before the last couple of months were a strange period of life for me because I was, I guess, depressed, dealing with huge life changes because, my parents both died within about 4 or 5 months of one another, and then I inherited the estate, and my whole life changed, everything changed. And it's taken me a couple years to grow into the patriarch role, I guess. It'll take me a few more decades to finish growing into that role, I suspect. Like I was like, let's buy this income property and we'll rent it out as a vacation rental. Eric, you aren't good at that kind of stuff. Just give it up already. Who do you think you're fooling, Eric? You're not fooling anybody. So anyway, in a little while, in a moment or two, I'm going to put you guys out on the deck to enjoy the nice spring day while I do about 10 minutes worth of noisy stuff. Namely, the last speck of sanding I need to do, which is just to smooth out any last little bit of crumbliness or something. And then vacuum up all the dust from the sanding I did yesterday. And then everything after that, you'll be included in. But you don't want to be there while I'm doing the last sanding and the vacuuming because it's just going to be loud and annoying. I mean, I could put it on mute, But I think I'll just let you guys sit outside for a second. It won't kill you to be out in a nice warm day. My daughter lives in Los Angeles. Which is where I'm from originally, and my family is from. But we moved up here, and the thing is, I've gotten almost everything done, right? But I've gotten all the painting done and everything before we called the realtor, except for the bathroom. And then I just got hamstrung by this one problem in the bathroom that proved time consuming, enthusiasm destroying, and otherwise work grinding to a haltishness. There's this border sticker thing along the top of the bathroom that was just impossible to get off. It was crazy. It was like it was welded there. I had to get a belt sander. Oh, just like Eric. The thing is, I'm so bad at TE stuff. On the day that I decided in full, we're going to sell this house. That's like the day I called the realtor. I didn't think to myself, Eric, are you ready to call the realtor yet? Well, what about this? What is the current state of the house? Why don't you wait till you're done with your painting thing and then call the realtor? Oh, we're already moved in. We live just down the street in our house that we live in. This was going to be a rental property that we bought, and we were going to rent it out as like an Airbnb or like a Verbo. That's what they call it, the one when you get the whole house, and then just manage it because we just live half a block down the street or a block down the street. But we got it like last January or something. Not this one that just passed, but the one before, and have done absolutely nothing with it in the ensuing year. So I just like, okay, Eric, give it up. You need to stop pretending like you're capable of things that you're not going to do. Whether you could or not is irrelevant. You're not going to, obviously. So sell this fucking house. It's just costing you money. Costing you money on electricity. I have Wi-Fi over here because every time I do come over here, I want there to be Wi-Fi. I paid for a year's worth of internet for this house with nobody in here. I paid for the year's worth of water for this house because we buy water by the year. It's not metered here. It's like we have our own little teeny municipal water district, which is just this neighborhood, and we pay a flat fee per year, and you get as much water as you want. But why did we pay for all this stuff for this place for the year? So I could fret about not doing anything? Yes, that's why. That's why we bought this. We bought this house so that I could spend a year wringing my hands about how I'm not doing anything. And that's why we bought this house. Because Eric had no idea what he was doing. And now I feel totally capable of dealing with everything. But got to get rid of this place first. Hope to get back what we put into it, But if we take a loss, we take a loss. As it is, just sitting here, we're taking a loss. So, so I guess what we need to do is discuss it a little bit more. Trump is a fascist pig. I don't think he's really a fascist per se. He is authoritarian in his expression. Certainly, he's hostile to the habits and institutions of democracy because he's so convinced that his correctness is his arbitrary correctness is only opposed by an equally arbitrary counterposition, which is not the case at all. Of course, there's arbitrary stuff and non-arbitrary stuff. Non-arbitrary stuff is stuff that's justified to the satisfaction of an objective observer, which is a disinterested observer. Somebody like, ooh, I don't know, maybe me. I'm an interested observer in this bong rip, though. You know, I don't actually have to start with the bathroom. So I could get started with something a little bit easier and less threatening than that. Less intimidating. Why don't we get started by putting on these plates back on? Put all these plates back on. Is there a name for the plates that go around the outlets and stuff? Is there a specific name for those things? I don't know. Let's start with that. That's easy. It's not intimidating. Let's just start with that. Maybe I'll put on the bathroom till left. And if I don't quite get the bathroom done in time, I just tell the picture person, well, listen, I fucked up. I didn't get the bathroom done in time, but I'll send you pictures of the bathroom when it is done. And I guess get it done in the next couple of days. Maybe even Cameron could help me with it. Although I hate to impose upon him. All right, then. Let's start doing shit, then. First step, unplug this so you have more mobility. Second step, thanks, Black Guy. That's good advice. I appreciate it. I genuinely do. I appreciate advice like that because I have a lot of trouble with SE stuff. You know? So I'm going to start with the easy one, like I said, and we're going to go ahead and put those, whatever they're called, back on the wall. Plates. So I've got my drill here. I'm going to need an extension cord. Okay, so if I put it up the bathroom till last, I find, okay, all right, I can do this. This is feasible. And most notably, I am doing this without any amphetamines at all. I know, right? I know. That's just crazy sauce, right? All right, here we go. First task first. This gets one of these. I immediately run into a problem. That's the flathead screw. Here we go. I got this little screwdriver for this purpose. One thing back on the wall. Now let's do this one. Once you get one screw in, then it's easier. Because you don't have to hold the plate with your hand. All right. Okay. 2 more screws. 1. And 2. Executive function disorder. What executive function disorder? Move out of the way, you. And you see this, we've got some tape here. It needs to come off. Put that there. Oh. Look, I didn't do a very good job of painting around the side. Oh well. The beat goes on. I'll do a little touch up there. Yeah. All right, now let's get this one over here. We'll just put that right here, and then screw it in with the screwdriver, like yeah. There we go. Now we can plug this back in. And this back in. All right. What's next? All right, I see a three-ber. They call these ones over here is a 3-ber. Unfortunately, even though it's a 3-ber, it has 6 screws. So this is going to take a lot of screwing. But what I'm wondering, Caroline, sorry, I don't know why I called you Catherine. Caroline. That I am. Oh my God. That's one good thing about having bought this house. I could say, I have for over a year now been the proud owner of history's worst lamp. I got the bigger screwdriver here because I think it's magnetic, so it holds the screw onto it better. Yeah, this is a better screwdriver to use. Obviously, I went through this screwdriver deciding process initially when taking these things off, but I forgot what I had decided on. Now, if you're a real workman kind of guy, you put these in your mouth like this. And you got this one. And this one. And just two more to go. This one. Oh, your fanny pack, huh? Well, if you wear your fanny pack in front, fly guy, if you wear your fanny pack in front, it's actually called a cock awning. Yeah. A frontally worn fanny pack is known as a cock awning. I determined that the other day. Oh, I know what goes on in this one. See this hole right there? That's what this one's for. It doesn't have anything except just flatness. Well, I used to wear a fanny pack, but I just found it more convenient. Now I wear a cock awning. You scoundrel! Oh, this is just like sex. Where is the hole? There we go. And just like sex, I eventually found it. Just keep poking around down there and you'll find it eventually. Okay. Next one, over here. Pew! Okay. I seem to be missing one little screw here. Where does this one go? Right here? I say yes. Like, what kind of an idiot takes these things off, right, in order to paint correctly around them, and then fails to paint correctly around them, and then puts them back on? you can clearly see all around here that it didn't get like a full coat of paint. What kind of a retard takes these things off and then fails to paint around them correctly? Like, look at that. Oh my God. I'll tell you what kind of retard. This kind. The Karen and Fly Guy need light switches at their house. Alright, this one is a 1 switch. So we got to find the 1 switch that this goes on. Let's turn on a few lights here. Aha! Here's the 1 switch. I have to touch up here, obviously. I don't know what would go there anyway. Alright. Let's put this one on. You might be saying, dear God, Eric, could you do this task any more slowly? Probably. Probably I could. There we go. Okay, what's next? How about this bad boy right here? Oh yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it with our getting bone. Just go. Hear my dad being like, stop, 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 son. Oh, God. I'm doing something wrong again. That's not how you deal with that. You're gonna break it. I wish I would break it, Dad, so I would never have to deal with it again. Light switch frame. I don't know what to call it. I was just saying the plates, like the light switch plates, but I don't know what they're called. Now, this one I seem to have misplaced a screw. I don't know how that happened because it should have this little black thing on the back of it that prevents it from falling off. Well, I'll just have to try to find that later. In the meantime, where did this go? How about right here? This seems like a good place for it. God damn it, son. I told you. Dad, just shut the fuck up. I'm shitty at this stuff. Deal with it. I'm not the son you wanted, okay? You wanted Cameron as a son. But you got me instead. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. I cannot watch. I cannot watch you do this, son. Well then don't watch me do it, Dad. Just give it to me. Just give it here. I got it, see? How much worse would this I should do to make myself be happy about this task? How much worse would this task be if my dad were here? So much worse. Oh, I didn't put these things in? Shit. I was using... I wonder I was coughing so much last night. I used the mask thing, but I forgot to put these in. That was dumb. I'm assuming you have to put those things in. Where are the other wall plate cover things? Oh, what did I do with them? Because, I decided at some point it would be a good idea to put some of the plates in one place and some of them in another place. Did I put them up here? Oh. Here they are. Here we go. I found them, everybody. You can stop panicking now. Okay, good. All right, so let's get this. No, that doesn't go there. Wait, does it? How does this go? There's no hole for it. Oh, it's got two holes at the top. Okay, well, let's get this one over here first. Unfortunately, like this one, fine, no problem, right? You just put it in the hole and screw it. Same thing as with the woman. But this one, look at this one. What's up with this? There is no hole here. There doesn't really seem to be any holes anywhere. Well, I guess at the top there's two holes. All right, let's see what we can find. Well, I don't even know. So let's go over to this one over here. Gotta get this paint up here. Got a little splattery, I guess. Alright, what's next? Let's try to get this one. Let's try to get that one. And I believe this goes onto this, like so. We're gonna go, yeah. We're gonna go, yeah. And then we'll go mute. Finally. We typically want to finish with a mute. Oh, that's the wrong way. Righty tighty, Eric. Righty tighty. Okay. I don't know what's up with this one though. Like, I don't even remember how I took that off. Oh, I see. It must be this. Is it that? Yeah, it's got to be this one. Okay. You dirty rat. So I tells her, I tells her, I tells her, I says, I tells her, I tells her, I tells her, I says, I tells her, 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 I says. All right. I titled this work of art Progress 101. There's another light in here I could turn on. Yeah, there. There's even more lights I could turn on. Like that. What's this one do? That turns that off. That one. Now I got more lights on. Okay. Let's get this one here. Put that there. And then put one of these screws onto here. Like that. And poke it in the hole. And screw. Next, get this one. Put it on here. Poke it in the hole. And screw. All right. We are making good progress, friends. Good progress, indeed. We've got that over here. Let's get that one. Yeah, you can see it. That's a 2-switch baboo switch. It's called in the lighting plate cover field. So 2-switch baboo switch requires this here. And we're gonna take this and go pew 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 pew, just like that. And we'll do with this one. Pew 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 pew. And then with this one, pew 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 pew. And then this one. Oh, terrible job, Eric. Oh, I got a lot of touching up to do. All along there is just terrible. Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's finish putting up these things before we start fretting about other tasks. Got 2 of these. One of them's going to go down here. And the other one is going to go over there. This is crap. I did bring a big trash can over here, which I'll bring up here at some point from down there. I like it how these things have this little black thing on the back side of it, so you don't have the screws separate from the thing. Only some of them have it. I guess it would really be like a nut. It's like a little miniature nut. Because these aren't actually screws, these are bolts. You can tell they're bolts because they don't have any pointy end on them. Okay. Now, let's go over here. We're going to have to briefly unplug the computer and the TV. That should be okay. Mustard obviously is a yes, but what's more important than the yes of mustard is the no of mayonnaise. Everybody should agree mayonnaise is gross. Go in the hole. There we go. Now let's plug these things back in with the mia and the mia. And then we're gonna turn the TV back on with the mia. All right. Let's see what else we got. Well, we got one of these. We got one of these. We just need to figure out where it goes now. Well, let's look around. See if we can figure out where it goes. Do it right here. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's a rooster going off next door. It's also the case that since we bought the place, some people moved in across the street they have dogs that bark. So hopefully when somebody's going to buy this place, they come at a time when the dogs are being quiet and the rooster is not crowing, because that could dissuade somebody. So here's the bathroom, by the way. As you see, I got some vacuuming to do. And I used this breathing mask, but I didn't put anything in here. That was dumb of me. I got enough of the sticker off of top. Oh God, just don't even talk to me about this room. Let's just pretend this room doesn't exist, except I want to put up the meows in here. Let's do that, okay? Let's put up the meows. By meows, I mean these meows here. Oh no, I can't put those up yet. I need to paint in here still. Dumbass. Eric is a very big dumbass, the dumbest ass in town. He still has painter's tape that he should have taken down before it dried. Oh, Eric, you're just not cut out for this stuff. You are just not made for shade. Okay, I do need to put the things back up on in here. Now comes the fun question. What did I do with the things? I'm guessing, plausibly, I put them up there. Yep, there they are. So that's good. I didn't have to look very hard for this. Let's turn on the lights. This room looks pretty nice. Did a pretty good job, if I say so myself. Well, it's not going to look nice if you don't have the plates on it. So let's put the plates on. All right, this what time is it? It's only noon. I got 4 hours left. Oh, yeah. There. Okay, next one. We get this bad boy here. Like this. Voila! All right, what's next? Next we'll get meow down there. All right. Now let's get this one. here's this one. This one's gonna go right here. All right. I do believe we've completed one task. Good for us. Good job, you guys. Good job, me. Good job, Fly Guy. God bless us, everyone. Okay. We've completed a one task. And that's a lot better than 0 tasks. What will I do for the next 4 hours? A variety of successive tasks, you know. The next task, I guess, would be vacuuming. And I could pull up the drop cloths everywhere because the only place I have left to paint is the bathroom. But if I'm going to vacuum, I just want to make sure I've got that surface smoothed out. Well, Frank, I play the guitar. I've been playing it for a long time, but it's also the case that there were years where I didn't play it. So, you know, there were years where I played it a shit ton and years where I didn't play it at all. So, I guess my message is that's how it goes. I don't know what my message is. I'm not even sure if I have a message. Does it have alcohol in it? Probably. Does it? Yeah, it does. It has alcohol. Have one of these Pepsis. Seems like it's partially frozen. We'll see when we open it up. Let's go outside. Let's have a little bit of a cigarillo. This stream is worse than watching paint dry. I'm out. I wish we were watching paint dry. That would be fantastic. And instead, we're waiting to get paint wet. What's in the fridge? Just some drinks. I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, if we could get to the point of watching paint dry, it would be a real celebration around here. Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of watching Uh, paint dry. Not sure what to make of that statement. It's got a rolling in the trash vibe. I like to think I generally try to avoid rolling in the trash, but cheers, everybody. Cherry Pepsi for all. Well, that's not a bad beverage. You know, I wouldn't mind getting Rachel up at some point, having her come over with me and just chill, provide a little moral support. I don't expect her to do anything, but I don't know. Feels more like a family project if Rachel's here too. Yeah, Rachel's my wife. Cherry Pepsi tastes like regular Coke. That's an interesting observation. I'd agree that it's less cherry than cherry Coke, but it still tastes like cherry cola. So, yeah, maybe I'll go get Rachel and she's probably, I don't know, she sometimes she gets up like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Frank seems totally alien to the concept of renovating. Well, I guess perhaps he finds it incomprehensible that one would want to watch somebody do that work, which I could kind of understand, but I like to think that it's not the watching me do it that's interesting, potentially, but the occasional commentary that goes on in between. I don't know. Or at least it's pleasant, you know. Pleasant core, in honor of Andrew from Desert Drifter, who was kind of the king of Pleasant Core until he died in a car crash. I've been playing the guitar so much that I've lost the feeling of my fretting fingers. I've lost from playing guitar too much. Yeah. I over the years it gets so those calluses don't appear as calluses and also don't ever go away. Like the tips of my fingers, they don't really have much feeling in them. On my left hand, yeah. I guess I will vacuum before I go get Rachel. We'll go back in. I'll sand and vacuum a bit. I mean, I don't really need to sand, but there's a couple of rough spots there. I want to grab them with the sander. Mostly I just need to vacuum up all the sanding dust from yesterday. So perhaps I will do that next. then go get Rachel. So I'll do that next. I'll pull some bong rips. Then I'll do that. Then I'll go get Rachel. And, you know, Rachel, there's one thing Rachel does not like in life. If you want to make an enemy out of Rachel, wake her up and say, come on, not time for sleeping now. Close. Oh. I left my jacket outside. Alright. Let's pull a couple bone rips, then we're going to vacuum. Can you believe it? We got all of the plates put back on. Pretty amazing, huh? How many times have you shirted your pants? I haven't kept track, but probably more than 2, but fewer than 10. That'd be my guess. But I'm 53, so you're probably younger than I am. 1, and it was your teacher's fault. It's cold in here. It's warm outside, but it's cold in here. Hi, Pranav O. How's it going? Well, that's indicative of weak SI. Did not notice. I always noticed when my fingers hurt, but I tried to force my way through it, I guess. What dream did the universe dream up for you? That is a fun question. I guess this. The universe dreamed up for me procrastinating about finishing a job. That's what it dreamed up. Non-alcoholic beer is a waste of money. Not for me, Boz Yasimwar. Alcohol, so, but I love beer. It's surprisingly good. For several years after I quit drinking, I didn't drink non-alcoholic beer. I thought that's too risky or something. I don't know what I was thinking. But when I finally had one, I had a Heineken Zero. I was like, oh my God, that is the most delicious thing I have had in 3 years. Well, it's the middle child of Asia, Fly Guy. It's neither the cool, high Asia, nor the gritty street cred of low Asia. It's just like endless Mongolian steppes in every direction. I mean, I am planning to be isekai when I do eventually die. I'm assuming there'll be dragons and spells and stuff like that. Good evening from Oman, Salalah. I don't know where Oman, Salalah is. I've heard of Oman before, I think. You want to smoke this? I'll tell you what, I'll transubstantiate you this bong rip. So I will pull this bong rip, it'll go into my lungs, but you'll get all of the effects of it in your head, thanks to my power of transubstantiation. By By the power vested in me, I hereby transubstantiate this bond rip to Salim Al-Kathiri. Well, I want you to think about it like this way, Ryan. If I hadn't pulled that bong rip right now, I'd be less high than I currently am. Think about it that way. You want to sniff my socks like that? I'm not wearing any socks. So, too bad for you. All right, let's do a little vacuuming. Now, look. Well, let me just check this out. Maybe I'll have to do a little bit of meowing first. I probably should. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some more. I could paint over that. Oh God, why did they ever put that stupid sticker up? Oh, I'll just vacuum. I'm never gonna get this flat. It's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What are you people thinking putting that horrible shit up there? All right. Okay. Put this in here. And then I'll bring the vacuum over here. And I probably don't really need the extension cord. No, I don't think I need the extension cord at all. So I'll just plug this in here. All right, I'm gonna mute you guys so that you don't have to listen to the vacuum cleaner. Okay. I got that vacuum pretty good. Let's go get Rachel. I need to get another big trash can from home anyway. Maybe two. I've got 3.5 hours. If the lady has to come back again, then I will simply pay her for her time, apologize for the inconvenience, explain I thought I was going to have it done in time, and how about I pay you $100 for the trouble of driving up here and back and coming back a different day. Meanwhile, you don't have to do any work today, except just drive here. That's if I don't get it adequately done. Or I give the photographer person an option. But let's not plan too hard for contingencies we hope won't happen. I know, you would have enjoyed the vacuuming privileges, but you haven't earned them. You didn't earn the sound of vacuum. You like my plan, Rubenar? I don't have $100 cash. I wish I did have $100 cash on me, but Rachel can write her a check. Or him. I don't know if it's a dude or a lady. For some reason I assume it's a lady, but staying off the grid has a long tradition of telling me to oil up. Every time he comes here, he tells me to oil up. I frequently remind him I come pre-oiled. Before I start every stream, I bathe in olive oil. Extra virgin, of course. Let me tell you, it's not extra virgin after I'm done bathing in it. Could you help a brother out today? What do you need help with? Big dog. Yeah, he is consistent. You do have to give him that. All right, let's go. Let's go home and rest Rachel. See if she's down to, come provide a little moral support. I got to get a couple trash cans anyway, so. Since I already postponed this once, I'm not going to call and postpone it again, but if I'm not done in time, at least I'll be like, okay, well, if you think meow needs to be done before it's really ready to be taking pictures, tell me, and I'll get those things done in the next couple of days. I actually have a friend coming up to visit. I don't really want to make him help me, but he probably will expedite the process of getting it done because he's more efficient than me. He's coming up today, in fact. For all I know, he may even be here at this house when the picture-taking lady arrives. said he was leaving about 11 a.m. or something. My computer is slower than molasses in wintertime, but it's not July. Hey, okay. You know the routine. We'll be back momentarily. I'll be separated from you for about a minute. Are you actually back? Normally I have to reconnect when coming to this house, or I don't have to reconnect with Bunt at the other house. I don't know why. I guess not this time. Have you guys ever heard of that show? I don't know exactly what it was called, but the concept of it is like while you were away, home makeover. So they'd like tell this person, "Oh, you want a cruise," and they'd send them on a cruise, or they'd know when they were going out of town. Oh, he's going out of town from this time to this time, and then they'd come in and secretly make over your house. Well, if you've ever seen that show, you well know how it goes. They've got just 3 hours left until Bob returns home. And they still have to paint this room and do the meow and install this thing and meow. But you know what happens? They end up pulling it off at the last second. I'm not familiar with Alan Jackson. I didn't know he was a musical artist. All right, let's see what Rachel had to say about what I had to say to her. She seems like she's out pretty good. I don't think I want to bother her. I think maybe what I will do while I'm here, just have to get a couple of trash cans anyway. I would like her to join me though. But I don't need her to. And I don't want to bother her. So I won't. Instead, what I'll do is roll a joint. Because why not? You've seen me before on the news, huh, Judah Byers? I've not been on the news, so you must have seen somebody else. I should be on the news every day for awesomeness. Awesome man continues to display awesomeness. News at 11. But instead, the news takes no notice of my normal ways. Instead, focusing on criminal things and other such tiddlywinks. I mean, I'm if anybody has ever talked about talking with famous people, I am unaware of it. That'd be cool though. I mean, if they were going to talk about it correctly, they'd say it's indicative of how a person is changed by YouTube and how their relationship with YouTube both evolves in some ways over time and remains consistent in some ways over time. That talking with famous people is indicative of how one guy uses YouTube to enrich his life and encounter lots of cool, interesting people uh, and at a frequency more in keeping with how he'd like it to be than would ever have been possible prior to the internet. But it's not a story of the triumph of communication, that's for sure. Because I communicate a lot of ideas, and by and large, I would say very few people. There's a very very small market for correctness. Of course, maybe my standard for communication is too high. Like, I feel as though if I successfully communicated what I have to say, then I would receive agreement in response. But that's probably just not the way the world works. Hey now, air cut the yapping, meow meow meow. Money at me 1,500 so I can get a used car. No. Air cut the yapping. All right, cut the yapping. I see. So, the question of yapping aside, the question of communication and YouTubing is an interesting one to answer because YouTube occupies a substantial number of people's primary video watching thing. Like, I have TV, I have YouTube TV, and I have Netflix and Crunchyroll and stuff. But, and for me, I'd say the majority of my watching time is spent watching things other than YouTube, but it's not a large majority. But I think people who don't watch a lot of sports, that's going to not really be the case. A lot of people have YouTube as their primary watching thing. Like Rachel, she rarely watches anything but YouTube. I guess the benefit of YouTube is that you end up watching things that are tailor made for you to enjoy. The downside is um the downside is what? I'm just thinking about this fucking thing I gotta do. Oh my god. I gotta get Rachel up. I just need her moral support. I don't want to wake her up, but of course I don't need her sitting over there if she's gonna be in a pissy mood, so But I don't know what time Cameron's going to get here either, exactly. He did tell me earlier in the stream when he was leaving, but I don't remember what he said. I think he said he was going to leave at 11 or something. In which case, he'd be here right around 4 o'clock. Yeah, I guess I'll try to get Rachel up. It is almost 1 p.m. For regular people, that's perfectly reasonable time to be getting up, but Rachel often gets up like 4 or 5 in the evening and then stays awake all night. I guess there is one other possible thing I could do that could help me be more productive. I could take half a clone thing. It sounds counterintuitive, but that might actually make me more productive. Well, I mean, I've been productive-ish. I got all the plates put back on. I got the vacuuming done, the bulk of the sanding vacuuming. I'll put off the painting in the bathroom till last. I should be able to get the floors cleaned, get the furniture put back where it's supposed to be and or away. How is psychedelic? Psychedelic is good. I like mushrooms, acid, DMT, any of those. You see, Caroline, we were originally scheduled to have pictures taken last Monday. I already rescheduled to give myself a whole week. So I'm not going to call to reschedule. I'd rather play it like this on FE grounds. She shows up. I'm like, oh, I thought I was going to have this done by the time you got here, but I don't. Let me pay you for your drive time and gas and stuff. Let me give you $100 for having to come out here for no reason. I'm sorry. If you can come back in a couple of days, I'll have it done by then. You can see what I got left to do. I can like show the person then and say, this is what do I need to prioritize for picture taking? That kind of thing. Do you want to marry an obese hijabi Indian woman who has 5 camels and is rich? I don't want any camels. Yeah, I'm already married. You can't sleep? Ironically, the best thing to take if you can't sleep is amphetamines. You just take the amphetamines, wait for them to wear off, and you will crash. You understand why I'm taking the FE approach I'm taking here on this, huh, Caroline? It's like, on some level, it's better FE to call ahead, just call her and say, hey, I don't want to waste your time. What doesn't work for you? Oh, amphetamines to make you go to sleep? Works for Rachel, which is, impressive because normally Rachel has to take to go to sleep. She takes half an olanzapine, half a Klonopin, or even a full Klonopin, and then she's able to go to sleep. But if she's taking Adderall, then she doesn't need to take any of those things to crash out once the speed wears off. Or she'll miss a full night's sleep or something. But for Rachel, missing one night's sleep is nothing. That woman unmedicated will stay awake for indefinitely. I don't know. Multiple nights, maybe more. Like, when I tell you that when she went off of her medication, she stayed awake for at least a week straight. I am being conservative in my estimate. It could easily have been 2 weeks. Of course, she went completely insane, but that woman's ability to stay awake a long time is mind-boggling. On nothing, keep in mind, right? This is her staying awake on nothing except weed, smoking pot. Even when I was doing math, I couldn't stay awake for more than 2 full nights. Yeah, it's wild. That's genuine mental illness, right? People talk about things like ADHD and stuff as though there were some kind of mental health issue. That's just the world being antagonistic to your nature. We have mental health issues with shit like what Rachel had. It's like I didn't used to believe in those things really. I was like, oh, I'm sure if they just put their mind to it, they're gonna stop being crazy. I didn't get it. And I've heard lots of people say things along the lines of, big pharma is the problem. If they weren't taking all those psych drugs, they'd be fine. Absolute garbage. But I get it. It's just SI people projecting their own experience. I'm drinking wine every day and wake up at 6 o'clock. I hate my life. Wine and roasted chickpeas. Well, I look like a special forces veteran. I'm not. I was never in the military. Well, Caroline, given that you're an INFJ, you should never have been prescribed amphetamines in the first place for ADHD. I'd be prescribed them for some other reason, like because you want them or because they make you feel calmer. But, like, let's say they make you emotionally calmer. Well, it's just going to be like dopamine overpowering sadamine. The sadness brain chemical, sadamine. I gotta plug this in. I gotta get Rachel up. I really want to be productive. I'm gonna need her help. And that doesn't mean I need her to do anything. I just need her to be up and with me. I'm gonna plug the phone in first and foremost because it's running low on electricity. you let that charge for a little bit. I'll be right back. Where does it say how much electricity it has? It doesn't say. Living room while you get ready to go. I got the light pretty much. I've gotten some stuff done over there, but I have no enthusiasm for doing it. I still have some things left to do. So I'll talk to you about my contingency plan in a second. Well, I just bit the bullet and got her up. Said, you know what, Eric? Sometimes you need your wife's assistance, and that's okay. While we are waiting for her to are you really hyperactive though, Caroline? Like, I'm not hyperactive. ADHD, ADD, whatever you want to call it, is it's a motivational thing, right? Like, I just don't feel like doing that, so I have trouble doing it. I wish I had cash. I wish I had cash money. Oh, that's right. I was going to suggest a PayPal. I will make a pot. Oh, wait. I think there is a pot. I made earlier. Oh, you did? Yeah. I just made it earlier today. There's half of it left. Yeah, so I'll PayPal this lady or man when they come out. I will be like, okay, well, we've gotten all this done, and we don't have this done yet, and we'll find out what happens. I don't know. If God really wanted to give me a special treat, he'd let me find a random Adderall. But I know, God, I don't deserve a special treat. But nevertheless, if you just felt like giving me one anyway, I would love a special treat called finding a random Adderall. You're never going to find an Adderall. Who do you think you're kidding, Eric? The only thing you're going to find is disappointment. voila kazam, and then I make speed appear. No, I don't have that power, unfortunately. I wish I had that power. You know what would be fantastic? If the picture person contacts us to reschedule. No, I don't have any stashed anywhere, Caroline. I'm bad at stashing speed. Like every month I say, look, just energy drinks to schmenergy drinks. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll find out what happens. I have gotten some things done today. So that's better than no things. Okay, so it's this part that's the problem. I need to get a what? I need to get a this might do the job. Yeah, that does the job just fine. All right, now we should be good to go. Where did I put the bowl now? Here it is. Hi, Rachel, darling.
Hi, Eric, darling.
How's my beloved specialist doing?
Good. How's mine?
I'm doing fine. I just, you may recall we have Cameron coming today, and I was really hoping to not expect him to help me do any work,
No.
So hopefully I'll get this basically done today. But Cameron's kind of understanding. I think he wouldn't mind terribly if I asked him to help me with the last step or two of this process.
Yeah. That honestly would be very helpful.
So basically, when the lady shows up, or the man, whoever's taking pictures, if it's not adequately done, then I'll discuss options with the guy. I can say, if you want to just say, I have to come back when the pressure washing is done and everything, or basically, I'm just gonna say to him or her, let me PayPal you $100 for your trouble of driving all the way out here and all the way wherever else you're going, especially since we've already rescheduled this once, and then we'll try it again in a couple of days or next week.
Okay, so we'll just wait for the photographer to come.
The alternative is we call and reschedule again.
I know.
And so I think it's actually better on FE grounds if they just show up and I look like I'm scrambling to get it done at the last minute, right? And then say, well, let me see. Can you call Delilah?
Yeah, sure.
I want to find out if the person who contacted her was the photographer themselves or if it was Zoe Alexander.
Oh,
If it was the photographer themselves, I'll call the photographer and say, can we reschedule? I'm embarrassed to call Zoe Alexander and say,
okay.
right? Because that's who we contacted last time, right?
Last time to
If we can sidestep that by calling the photographer themselves, then that would be fine.
Do you want to mute that?
I mean, we're just talking logistics stuff. It's fine. But sure. Hold on a second, everybody. We're gonna have to call. We're gonna have to call.
That's smart, because like we don't have.
It's not done.
It's not done. All right. Okay. Once Delia gets the number for you.
Yeah, she's supposed to text it to you, and then when she does, just call it, and then I'll call that lady.
Okay, here you go. Call?
Yeah.
Hello, you've reached Jennifer K. I'm either on another line or away from my desk. Please leave a message at the tone, and I'll be sure to get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, Jennifer K. This is Eric Strauss, and you are scheduled, I believe, to take photographs of this house that we're selling today. And even though we've already rescheduled this once, I am very embarrassed to tell you I'm not quite ready. It's not done yet. I don't have the bathroom painted yet. So if you give me a call back and maybe we can reschedule this. I don't want you to have to drive out here and waste your time. So even though I think maybe I could get it done by the time you get here, be pressing it too much, etc. You don't need to listen to this long voice message. Bye.
Should you call Zoe?
Yeah, let's call Zoe. And
just because I feel like let's nip this in the bud.
Yeah.
I know. Okay, I'm doing it.
My Effie is just killing me.
I know.
It's fine.
It's only the two of us.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, this is Eric and Rachel. Yeah,
Hey,
Rachel's
guys.
here too. I am super embarrassed to tell you I am not ready to have. It's not done yet.
Oh, it's not? Oh, shoot. Okay.
I don't
when
have.
When does it happen?
When will it be? When will it happen? Hopefully the next couple of days. I was thinking I might be able to get it done by the time like 4 o'clock, right? But it's cutting it too close, and it's not going to be ready to be taken.
It's not ready. What are you struggling with?
Well, there's this border thing that was along the top of the bathroom, right? It was impossible to get off. I tried to put stripper on it to get it off. And I tried to get an orbital sander to take it off. Finally, had to buy a belt sander to get it off, and that really put me in a time hole.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm with a photographer at another house, and we were going to hit yours at 4, but we can reschedule it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, if that's possible, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm really sorry. I got a friend coming up today too, and they'll help me hammer this out in the next couple of days.
Okay, just when you have a better handle on which day, so I can reserve the photographer, just let me know.
Okay, I will call you as soon as I have it done.
Okay, no worries. Don't stress out about it. It's not a big deal. It's just pictures.
All right, thank you for
All right.
reassuring me. All right, bye.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I feel so much better. Seems so much more organic.
There. Whew.
Yeah.
Ah. Now I have to go back over there, get the laptop, bring it back over here, because
Okay.
I am done working on that today. Oh, God. Intimidation is sometimes very painful.
It is.
I'm glad I got you up because you served a very important purpose, just not the one I anticipated you serving.
Do you want to keep the phone here and then I'll
Yeah, I'll just
entertain?
yeah, I'll be right back. Let me just have a sip of
Sure.
this
I'm
coffee.
not trying to rush you at all.
I don't feel as though you are.
Okay.
That hits me right in the third slot FE.
Yeah.
It's the punch right to the scorecard, right in the what do they call this? The solar plexus.
Yeah, solar plexus.
Anyway, I'll go clear my head with a nice drive over there, get the laptop and the bong and the other weed, and I'll be back.
Okay.
In the meantime, I want you to pretend you're an old Confederate soldier.
Ooh, I like doing that.
And smoke this corncob pipe.
Thanks.
There's weed right there. But it's already, I just filled it, but there's more weed right there.
Hi everyone. I'm sorry I look like a peach blob of something that just woke up. Because I am something that just woke up. I have to do my hair too. I mean, I'm glad that we don't have the photographer coming. Thanks, social media. Hi, Winston's mom. Hi, Caroline. I feel bad that like we don't have the photographer ready, and I know that Zoe is ready to get this thing up and sell. But it's a big job for one person to do, and if we could have some extra time on it, that's definitely helpful. How's everyone doing today? What day is it even? Tuesday? How's everyone's Tuesday going so far? It is Tuesday. Hi, Real Stock 5313. I'm having my coffee black because like I have it in my mind that if I drink it black, it'll give me more of a kick in the ass. I don't think that's true, but I like to believe it because like Ew, I need to take a shower. Big time. I'm not even gonna leave my hair down. You too? You need to shower badly? Yeah. I can't remember last time I washed my hair. What's Cam's ETA? He's visiting you today, right? Yeah, I'm not sure what his ETA. He said he was gonna text us when he was on his way. So it could be at any time, really. Um, I would expect soon. Um, I feel bad, like having him come visit us and then having to help us. But I think he actually would be like a big help for Eric. Is it? It's annoying. It's a pain in the ass to take a shower over there. It's not a pain in the ass here. How is it a pain? It could be a pain for like for me. It's a pain because I have so much hair. So you have to like get the roots, the mids, and the ends, and it takes a good while for me to have it all washed. Oh my god. I woke up, I fell asleep at a decent time, and then I woke up at 4, and I was up for a while. Then whatever happened, I fell asleep again, and I'm in a situation and an introvert. Are you really in a dorm situation? Dorm situations are so awkward. Walk-in showers are nice. Dorm situations are tough. Like, you have your caddy full of stuff, and then like the shower that you usually use is being taken up by someone else who lives on the floor, and then like you might have to take the shitty shower with music and a TV set. That's not so bad. I can't take it. I used to not like it when I would go into the shower bathroom area with the rest of the floor, and when like the shower that I usually use um is taken over by someone else. I'm a little OCD like that. Like I'm or a little creature of habit. Yeah, it is the worst, isn't it? I mean, it's not really the worst. I mean, the worst is that you have to take a shower that you don't want to take a shower in. But sometimes like you're people are a creature of habit. Usually, they like to stay in the same, use the same things that they had to, that they are used to, that they had to. But God, I'm so out of it. Carly, think. The best shower is the one that's most likely to be taken. It's true. Common side effects with Eric. I want to watch the other one that you recommended too, Show Media. He really liked it. A magical mushroom, huh? Yeah, it's true. We do drive the same way usually to get places. It's not very often that someone will take a road that they didn't take before. Yeah, the Artifice Girl. Yeah, he really liked it. Really liked it. So I hope to watch it with him too. Yeah, some people do take. It's true. You're right, Caroline. Some people do take different routes for the novelty, but like I'm the same way. I'm like it's not my thing either. Like I would rather go the way that I know, so that like I don't come into any trouble. I look like he. You look like a white puff ditties. Well, I'll take that as not a compliment because I don't like Puff Daddy. He's gross. He's an evil human being. Oh yeah, Companion. That's one that you did tell me about before. Is that on Netflix too? Okay, you don't think it's out on streaming just yet. It's something to look out for. Do you
Thank
feel better?
God. Yeah, I feel better.
Good.
But it's certainly better than when I was trying to scramble to get it done.
I know.
I did get the plates put back on, the outlets.
Oh, that's good.
And I vacuumed up the shavings from the sanding yesterday. But there were a lot of tasks left to do. It's the sort of thing that I could definitely have hammered that all out in time if it was day one on a bottle of Adderall.
I know.
I totally could have just hammered it all out, no problem. I'd be like, what, this list of tasks?
Yeah.
Easy peasy. But today is not a day where I am feeling very motivated to work at all. Because it's Wellbutrin Sleepy Week, day one.
That's tough. I'm feeling tired too. Like I I went to bed last night a decent hour, then I woke up at like 4 in the morning for no reason, and then it took me a while to get back to sleep. I'm just
You don't have to justify your sleeping at all, though. I felt very like oh, I don't want to wake her up. I know that's her sleep's very important to her.
oh, thank you.
But I was just like, felt like I was in a pickle. But maybe if you were sitting over there with me, you'd be able to say like, well, just get this and this done, it's good enough, or something like that, you know.
That's also kind of wishful thinking.
Yeah. I'm full of wishful thinking, Rachel.
That's true, you are. It's good. It keeps us afloat.
I'm chock full of it.
I love it. I wouldn't have it any other way. I probably would have gone over there and been like, oh. There's still stuff to do.
But you know what? I bet Cameron will be fine with. Okay, like maybe tomorrow morning, Cameron. Tomorrow, let's try to do something like go fishing or something. But maybe in the morning we can get one task done.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'm a much different Eric now than I have been in previous Cameron visits when I was just kind of like, I can't do anything. I'm not interested in anything. Monday.
Oh my god, out of all things, you get it on Monday.
Yeah, this upcoming Monday.
Huh, figures.
I get my Adderall refilled. Then I get my Wellbutrin refilled like a week before my Adderall refill, or a little bit more than that. The Wellbutrin these days is lasting like 4 days. I just okay. I'm out of Adderall. I'm a little bit post Adderall crash, and here comes the Wellbutrin. I'm taking that to kind of like replace Adderall, and it does a good job of that as long as you take like 5 of them. So
That would be great though. Like if you, me, and Cameron could go over there tomorrow at some point. What you're saying?
just get a task done,
Yeah.
one task done,
Yeah.
and like. I need to pull up all the drop cloths. Have you ever had a fit season like 22 or 23?
Is that what being? What is that?
I don't know.
Like working out?
Have I ever worked out? No, I don't need to work out.
No, he doesn't.
I got these guns.
Ooh.
All au natural. Yeah, I could. I could ask for 300 milligrams, but that's its own set of issues. Because it's like the way Wellbutrin's affected me has changed 180 degrees from how it used to affect me. It used to, I couldn't take 2 of them even, or I'd feel super car sick.
It's true.
And then I got over it.
It's so strange. I mean, it's not strange, but it is a little strange.
It's strange.
Or do you mean like fit season as in like 2022 or 2023 was our season, our fit season? Is that what you mean?
Who knows what he means? He may have been attempting some kind of insult that just didn't work, or who knows. I've got an interesting question. What do you suppose the difference between an ass hat and an ass wipe is?
That's a good question.
Which is worse? Is it worse to be an ass wipe or an ass hat? I'm not sure. But what I am sure is that I am now feeling a little bit tired. They've never worked. Have you tried Wellbutrin, Caroline? Wellbutrin worked pretty well for me. But what works best is a combination of Wellbutrin and Prozac. You're not supposed to be combining both of those things.
Yours doesn't kill you.
It just says, like, there's this general rule that you shouldn't be prescribed 2 different antidepressants at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm such a bad druggist.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna wrap this stream up and maybe rest for a bit before Cameron gets here. I don't know what time he's gonna get here.
He said he was gonna text us before leaving.
Oh, I guess he's leaving on the later side. And I'll talk to y'all later. Love you all. See you on the morrow.